Political Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution, and we got to get into this late-breaking news the revolutionaries can use. The Hells Angels, the outlaw motorcycle gang, is allegedly on their way to go confront the Venezuelan migrants. Salute, family. The migrants that has been causing all this chaos. Is it true? We finna dig deep. We finna find out. I don't got no problem with nobody going down there to confront anybody that's destroying America. I disagree with the Hells Angels and their racist, bigoted attitude, but hey, let's set that to the side and deal with the invaders. Let's see exactly what's going on, y'all.
Are the Hells Angels going to Colorado?
Salute.
So I've been riding all day, guys, and I am not a Hells Angel. I'm not with HA. I am with a 1% Club. Here's what I will tell you, guys. Everybody wants to know, is it true? Is it true? Are the Angels going to Colorado? Here's all I'm going to say. If a 1% Club like the Hells Angels were to decide.
What he finna say, because it's being verified that they going. Now, I told somebody earlier when they told me, I'm like, niggas, they got chapters in Colorado. They should already be down there. I think one of their chapters already got pressed by the Venezuelans, and so they reacted.
Side to get involved in whatever's going on in Colorado. It wouldn't be because you got on TikTok and you asked them to do it. No, it wouldn't be because the mayor or some congressman said, hey, can you guys come over here and help us? It's not how it works. The only way on God's green earth that HA or any other 1% Club would be going
the Mongols
to Aurora, Colorado to do anything, the only reason they would be doing that is if one of their own got fucked with. Y'all didn't fuck with one of the HAs up there, did you? Ooh, listen.
Probably so.
It's really not a good idea. If one of their family members, a good friend of the club, a mother, one of their old ladies, if HA is on their way there, and I'm not HA at all, it's because somebody messed with one of their own. That'd be the only reason they'd do it. And if that happened, if they did that, if they are headed that way, I'm going to just highly recommend that you guys go ahead and clear out. Just whoever it was that did whatever you did to piss off the 1%ers here in America. This is not Venezuela. This is not Brazil. This is not whatever country you came from. Up here, things really are done differently. And you don't want to stand in the way. If you pissed off HA to the point where they got on their motorcycles and they're all headed to Colorado, yeah, now the news won't even talk about it when it's all said and done. Nope. We'll know. People that know will know. But the news won't talk about it. Peace and love.
So I think it's the Hells Angels and the Mongols have called a truce so they can go get busy, you know. And like the man said, what probably happened is the motherfucking Venezuelan migrants tried to rob or extort or do something that had to do with the outlaw motorcycle gangs, and they're not going for it. Just like we should be going for it. And I say all the people in Chicago shouldn't have definitely not been going for it. And they should have united. You see how the Mongols and the Hells Angels, or the Mongols and the Hells Angels hurry up and put a peace treaty together to do some stepping?
So it is confirmed. I like to give a warm blessing and a shout out to the Hells Angels, the Mongols, and the Outlaws. the biker gangs that's going up to Aurora, Colorado to check what's going on and put a stop to this. Let me explain something to y'all. I'm going to explain to you something, y'all, right now. Anybody knows that biker gangs...
Like I say, a bunch of them is racist, bigots, and bastards. So what? We don't have no time to deal with this. Is about holding the line, stopping invaders. Some of our people also getting killed, shot at, targeted. And we supposed to be unifying and on our way to go kick some goddamn ass up there, straighten that out, and stop off in Los Angeles and head on to New York and everywhere else they've been trying to set up camp.
A lot of them are ex-war veterans. A lot of them served in Vietnam. Some of them probably served in Afghanistan, Desert Storm, but a lot of them are war veterans. Biker gangs always was in a class by themselves. Biker gangs didn't show their toughness until it had to be shown. So I suggest to these Venezuelans, get out of there now. Because, see, this is not regular gang members. These are people who served in the war. So just like y'all was in war in Venezuela, these people was in war in other countries. And a lot of them are shell-shocked. So a lot of them, you know, they're not thinking right. These biker gangs start food drives for people, clothes drive for people, protect people. Until you piss them off, that's when it's going to be a problem. And apparently, it's a problem now because y'all pissed them off. These is not regular gang members fighting over colors. These biker gangs are fighting over the American way of life. They're fighting over the flag. They're fighting over the red, white, and blue. They're fighting over that. And for y'all to come into this country and disrespect this country, now these biker gangs have a problem with that because they served and loved this country. So what I suggest for y'all to do is to pack up and leave, because the outlaws, the Mongols, and the Hells Angels together, not good. Bad, not good. It's bad for them, bad for you, and good for them. I'm going to say this one more again. It's good for them and bad for you. Y'all need to get out of there and just leave them people alone. That's a suggestion y'all need to really do. You really need to leave them alone. Leave those people alone, because y'all made the bad decision to want to bring out the Hells Angels, the Mongols, and outlaws. Those are real warriors that fought in this war for this country. Not good at all. Not good at all. That's the report that's coming in to all my followers. I'm going to keep bringing.
So did you hear that it's been rumored? This isn't fact. It's been rumored.
What? What you say? I'm
Your
waiting
face
for you to
is
get it out.
still cut oats. You hear me?
Well, I'm waiting on you to get it out. Like, did you hear?
Listen,
So
it was
what?
rumored that the biker gang, the most notorious biker gang in the world, the Hells Angels, apparently have come together, which they are organized, they're very organized, and ride to Aurora, Colorado, to go deal with the migrant situation at that apartment complex. Allegedly.
Wow.
Let's look at this clip right here.
I'm trying to figure out why the government ain't done nothing. The National Guard.
Exactly.
Why have they not?
Exactly. So
That's
you know,
that's a crisis.
No, this is
a state of emergency.
This is a state of emergency. You can't let another group of people can't take over your land, and that's what we call war.
And you mean to tell me the police can't do anything about it?
Exactly, man. It's our shit. Ain't nobody gonna. Hey, this is our goddamn country, man. We gonna do the head busting for this goddamn country. That's why I put the war alert out the other day. I didn't give a damn about we supposed to be the one mounting up. shit, to get some motherfucking scalps. I'm a revolution. Hey, it's gonna be some scalps getting got. I'm gonna have me a few of them.
Look at this clip. Look at this clip. And then after this, I want to show y'all something because it's kind of hard to know for sure if they're going to do it. But let's look at this.
I put that on my too late. I ain't gonna be discussing it too much, though. When it's a green light, it's gonna go down, and I can guarantee you, we gonna get down for this shit. So they think they're gonna fly the flag. We're gonna fly the American motherfucking flag. I put it on we gonna fly the flag. We the patriots. We love this motherfucking country. That's serious business. No. This is our land. I'll be damn. And I say the white people not gonna love this country, us, nigga. Our people fought, bled, died for this shit. That's too. That's too. This is a serious situation. So they can go ahead and kick it off. They can kick it off. But I can guarantee you, we're gonna get a mix, nigga.
Better run.
See, it can't be verified yet because that could be a bike meet. Other bikers, we don't know. It could be bike weekend.
When the if the Hells Angels clear them people out, nigga, they're gonna probably call people now, nigga. They're gonna text them people. That's serious business.
Wow.
You already know our ancestors in the original Buffalo Soldiers. We fought for this shit.
It hasn't been verified yet, right? Like I keep saying, it hasn't been verified. It's not. People aren't 100% sure yet.
Bullshit. The Hells Angels came back down.
But it's going across multiple platforms.
Mongols,
that
outlaws, they came back down.
This is going to happen. Well, we don't have facts on this. We don't know. But the closest thing I have been able to find to something that has a little bit more solidness was what this man is saying. And I want y'all to zoom in and just tap into what he's saying.
Check this out, America. My wife said, "Hey, babe, I've been seeing some videos on TikTok today about the Hells Angel possibly heading to Colorado. Why don't you do your thing and see if it's real or not?" I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. So I did some digging. I went beyond TikTok now. Check this out. This is a local news station out of Aurora, Colorado.
Okay.
This is an actual story today posted by that news station at 6 o'clock.
I heard they got several chapters already in Colorado. They just gonna go link up with their chapters that's already down there.
Hells Angels, Aurora, Colorado, Venezuelans. Hells Angels en route to Aurora, Colorado to address threat. So, still not saying if this is true or not. All I'm saying is it is not just TikTok, okay? This is an actual local news network that made a 6 o'clock story about this. So my advice to anybody in that area that shouldn't be, good luck.
So that's about the closest factual. That's the closest level of concrete information.
For me, I feel like it's a shame that it had to get, if they are, en route.
Yeah.
But let's just say they may not be. But it's still a shame that citizens are still having to think for themselves about how to protect themselves. A situation when they try to hijack the school bus. So next they're gonna be pulling up in the school. It's gonna be locked down in the school because it's a takeover. I mean, what needs to happen before it becomes a critical situation? If Trump was in office right now, would this be going down? This be going down?
He would have sent so many forces to go deal with this particular problem.
But we wouldn't even be having the problem.
And why isn't
because the borders wouldn't even be open?
Why isn't?
Oh my God!
This problem should exceed state laws and regulations on what they can't do for being a migrant city. There should be an overruling from the government to say, hey,
Yes.
go here and deal with this situation.
Threat.
My problem is with the whole situation, if the Hells Angels are actually going to deal with the situation, kudos. But the issue that I'm saying is, if they go deal with the situation, one, I saw clips of them on a motorcycle, but those immigrants had big guns. Are you telling me everybody in the Hells Angels that's just riding with a pistol in their pocket, everybody's going to pull up with a pistol and put on there? These dudes had ARs. Two, if you run them out of the apartment, where they going to go? Y'all gonna say y'all gonna round them all up with a rope and say, hey, we taking y'all back to the border? They're gonna go to the next situation and create a new situation. These people now have weapons, they have money, they have food for food stamps, they have money for clothes, and they all been buying cars. They've been taking their money and they've been going buy affordable cars. They have cars, weapons, food, and now they have housing. If you run them out of one situation, why would they not go to the next situation? What are you going to do? So people around them like, yes, thank God the Hells Angels going out there. And then what?
All I can say
and
is,
then what?
The more and more I think about this, the more infuriated I get. I mean, because I don't have anything else to say. I've been dropping videos on my channel about it, for a while, and we've been talking about it. So, I mean, it needs to be a state of emergency. It needs to be a state of emergency. And now it needs to be on alert, especially in the sanctuary cities. It needs to be where there's some type of government security. How their soldiers ride around on tanks in Mexico.
What? On top, deep, thick,
right? Or just going to the dentist office, la 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 la.
Right, and
you'll see a big old. You see a soldiers with their guns riding down the street. Okay, so that's what we about to get to.
And that's one thing I ain't gonna lie to you. I love my Mexican people. I do. Cause my Mexican folks be chill. Not, you have some people that might not have the best heart in this world, just like in any culture. But most time, Mexican folks are looking to make money. Although everybody should come in the border the right way, them the ones that I'm not really focusing on, the ones that's doing all this crazy stuff. It's these other people that come from these other countries that go in.
I didn't bring that up for that point at all. I'm talking about the mere fact of being over there and feeling secure is because you don't have to worry about that, and they don't even have the potential. They don't even have the threats that we have over here, and their government soldiers are riding around deep on their on the military trucks. Yes,
and they be on the military trucks. When you pull up, you be just at
war right now. The Sinaloa cartel, that war right now with the army. They at war right now. They done blocked off the state. That's a state. That's not a city. They done blocked off the state, and the Sinaloa cartel taking them to war too. And since they just arrested El Mayo, the Mexican government is full of shit, bro. They trying to charge El Chapo's son with treason for giving El Mayo up to the U.S. government. It's a bunch of bullshit going. It's a bunch of shit going on right now. Mexico talking about breaking off diplomatic relations with the U.S. and Canada. Them people really that's a fucking narco state, man. The president is
at
crazy.
The red light. You might just have a military truck pull up with 5 folks on the back of them and one is holding the machine gun in the front. Everybody got helmets on because they deal with their. A lot of guns. You know what a lot of it's for? It's for correct and reform. So like if there was any kind of cartel, if there wasn't kind of drug issue, they're bust down. They're gonna bust down over the police.
We were at the beach across the street from the dentist office for a little while because I had to wait for stuff to settle. And then so we over there for a while and we just sitting on a couple of people just sitting down. And then you see a soldier walking up with his machine gun. He just like patrolling.
I think he had a shotgun. He was just swinging that mud like it was a baseball bat too, just in case somebody run up and get dealt with.
Actually, the police station was right there.
Yeah, it was close.
But he was just outside like la 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 la. And I'm like, wow, well, I feel safe. I feel safe.
So my question is, so that's how it happens in Mexico. The thing about Venezuela, they have what I keep hearing. I need to hear do the statistics, but I hear that their crime is lower because then some of their most dangerous people have been let over here. So what my thing is, this problem won't get corrected by the Hells Angels. This is a problem that I don't know if we're ever going to be able to truly solve because These people are here, and how you going? Trump, even with Trump in office, he can't run all these people out. That's what people will like and hope, but that's not possible. It's millions of people come in, and so they just spread into different areas in the state and in the country. And some of your worst people may be getting together and doing more damage, and so we still haven't seen the repercussions of on a higher level of what this looks like. This is a warning for us, this whole migrant thing and in these apartments and stuff. But I want to say this is a way bigger picture than this that you need to be aware of on how to protect your family, because this will get way more out of hand.
Okay, but Trump, when he does get in office, I don't know how they do their stings or however he has to get the military involved, but I just feel confident that it's going to be a lot of folks that's going to be going back. I don't know how he did it the first time, but I just have to trust and believe it's going to be way more than what's going on right now. I don't think this is a problem
that he can get people to go back, but he ain't going to be able to get all these people back.
They're not doing anything right now.
Nobody
about
can fix
the situation.
This problem to a high level.
Nothing is happening. They're doing nothing. They're doing absolutely
no one can fix this problem.
I'm not saying that the problem will be alleviated, but there will be able to be some people, quite a few of the people deported. I don't believe that. I believe it's going to be a great number of them. How they do it, I don't know. How now is it going to be everybody? Well, of course not. But it will be a great number, because he knows that's the number one priority for us besides the economy. I think they neck and neck, A and A. Those are the two main things. But even more so, people are even more so worried about the immigrant crisis. Because if you don't even feel safe,
that bus thing is crazy.
If you don't even feel safe in your home, your city, your town, bump the economy. I mean, you gonna be scared to go to work.
That's what
you're gonna be scared to go shopping.
A lady said this on TikTok. She said her and her children are scared. They live in Aurora, and they said they're scared to go to the park. They will not go to the park in fear, because if y'all look at Aurora, if you look at some of those spots in Aurora, I'm sure it's not everywhere, but you look at some of those spots, and some of those spots are run down. It gives me the feel of what's that poverty area in LA? That area where they completely take over that area with homeless. Skid Row. And it looks like certain parts of that in certain areas, because they line up, they tear up the roads and tore up parking lots. It's ridiculous, because you have brought a mindset from this place of destruction and filth and brought it over here, because you hadn't had to go through the proper channels to become a U.S. citizen and know what we care about in this country and what we don't. And you just immediately came with no buffer from here to here. I don't know. As much as I know that Trump is going to go in and do his thing, this is a problem that would take a long time, and we have to suffer a lot of consequences of this problem before we get alleviated. What's to this?
Well, we're already suffering the consequences, but I know
we ain't seen it on the higher and even higher level.
I mean, I know that we are on in this place right now. But I still have to think from an optimistic perspective, because you're the pessimist. So I have to continue to be the optimist. I'm not going to sit here and believe that once Trump is in office, it's going to continue to stay the same. I just don't believe that. Now, is it in dream world to believe it's going to go back to the way it was? I can't necessarily say I think that either. But for people to feel safe, I know it's going to be a game switch up. How he's going to do it, what he's going to do, because he knows that's one of the biggest issues that we have. That's why he didn't allow it. That's why he had a deporting crew. So if that's something, how he knew how devastating it was for our country, to how it was going to impact our country, just like he said, you don't think that's going to be top priority? If people don't feel safe in their homes, they're not going to want to go to work. They got kids, and they're going to stop sending their kids to school, because now if they're going to take over a school bus, and you have already seen that, then what makes you think it's wide open? If they're willing to hurt kids, or willing to even just maybe not even hurt the kids, but put them at risk, it's a huge problem. That means, is it the school next? Is it the church next? They already busting in folks' houses. I mean, did you see that? They were just kicking the door in like they could care less who was behind the door. And imagine being the person behind the door, knowing somebody's trying to come in your place, and you ain't got nothing to defend yourself with. You don't have nothing to defend yourself with, and they want to take away your guns. They want to fight for, so your Second Amendment right is removed. Child, please. Well,
all I'm saying is wake up, people. It's no one group can handle this because there's so many people came in. If it was just 100,000 people that shot in here, when you had millions and millions.
Well, you better go and take you some trips to the weapons store so you can and go and get you some shooting practice so you can protect your family. It's absolutely.
What's up, everybody? Well, the internet is at it again, and unfortunately, the internet has a collective intelligence of about an 8-year-old. If 3 or more people all repeat the same thing, then it must be true, which works out great for the politicians. So the claim is the HAs are heading to Aurora to clean house. And, I actually heard about this from a somewhat respectable channel this morning, and they're saying that the HAs and the outlaws are having a truce and they're going to team up and go to Aurora and handle the Venezuelan horde problem there. Trying not to use certain words. And honestly, who I heard this from made me think that there must be something to this. But at times, all of us fall for things that we want to believe, I guess. Apparently, this all started with a Venezuelan horde coming up to an apartment building and saying, you're paying your rent to me now. A doorbell camera picked up these 4 guys showing up at a door. They were carrying high velocity lead ejectors. And I got a feeling they knew exactly who was inside. And this wasn't just some random strong arm. It's not like they were going door to door that I know of. I think I may have found the original video that was calling for HA support here.
Maybe it's time for the local 1%er clubs and other motorcycle clubs to step in and do what the local PD and sheriff's office can't do. Get out there and take back your town, take back your AO, kick them out of where they don't belong, because this is our soil, not theirs. Get out there, take back what's yours, and kick these gangs out where they don't belong or whatever. Because from my understanding, from what I'm reading, it seems the local population is real scared about this. Maybe it's time for the biker community to get involved to protect their own soil.
So in true internet fashion, it went from that to all the different groups have called a truce and they're all going to go there, and people posting videos like this. That is not HA. This is some random bike meetup, and you're about to see somebody right there swerve across 3 lanes. If somebody did that in HA formation, they wouldn't make it through the night. And then other videos like this, this is the Outlaws, but there's not one video out there showing the HA and Outlaws riding together. That might convince me a little bit, but nope. And, honestly, I'd love to see somebody stand up and do something just like almost everybody else. And not just about the horde from the south, but the horde from the east as well in Washington. That horde has the ability to fly these people into everywhere in the interior of the country. We get a little bit of television action about the Southern Gate, but MonkeyWorks has logged hundreds of thousands of flights from Mexico and Central America into the interior of this country. And they are entire full jets, passenger jets, full of people that land and have buses waiting for them. It's a big Catholic funded thing. And this isn't just an American thing. They have ruined every major city in Europe. Look at Paris, look at England and Ireland recently. I know that's not technically Europe, but they are coming here and forming, let's just say, fellowships. While if any of the natives, that would be us, even say anything about it, people are literally getting locked up now for posts online. So I seriously think that everybody needs to take a chapter out of the HA playbook and form fellowships of their own. Everybody meet up at the local park on a Wednesday night or whatever, divide up into cliques of 500 men and elect a leader for that group. put everybody's number in a group text on your phone. And if there's a problem, you send out one text, it goes to the 500 people. There is not one local law enforcement department that could handle 500 determined men. When I lived in Oakland, my boss called about a straight up perv outside of a school. And of course, it went straight to message. So the next day, we flagged down a cop and said, hey, what the hell? And he said, you know what? The entire city of Oakland only has about 800 officers at any given time. So unless someone is actively in the process of taking a life, then we can't do anything about it. In small town America, where I live now, there's 5 total split up on 3 different shifts. And, you know, this has just been a simple fact since the beginning of time. Until people are ready to sacrifice in a big way, nothing will change. As long as the people calling the shots are in a situation where they know nothing's going to happen to them under any circumstances, nothing's going to change. The talking heads on the TV and the people that write all of these Prop-G articles, as long as they know that nothing's going to happen to them, nothing's going to change. See, right here, you can actually look at the playbook from history and see what worked and what didn't. They've convinced everybody that there is no justifiable physical action anymore. And I disagree 100%. They constantly scream about the brown shirts and their terrors. That's because they're afraid of anything like that happening again, because guess what? They kicked the comrades out of their country. And until we, the people, come together in organized cliques like that, nothing's going to happen. So I know I'm just kind of pipe dreaming here, but, you know, this is just reality. They can get up there and lie to us all day long with a straight face when everybody knows that it's BS, and they don't care in the least because they know nothing's going to happen to them. I'll probably have to take this video down pretty soon because this just moved me up a notch on the watch list, but they control all digital communications. They know that no one is organizing. Otherwise, you would be hearing about it. Every once in a while, they pay their LARPers to go out and act like Wheat Supreme pizzas because there are no actual groups organizing. Anyway, when I first heard this morning, I thought, great, let's ride, you know? But here's the biggest problem that we all face is everybody's waiting on somebody else to kick things off. And, you know, honestly, all the way back around 2014, I got curious about how actual revolutions went down in our recent history. And what I learned was pretty depressing. I don't think there's been a grassroots uprising anytime in our modern history. Everybody has had big time support from an outside group. And, you know, just like our intelligence agencies supplies info and tools to small groups in other smaller countries, the same kind of thing were happening with the American Revolution, the French Revolution. The only people that actually funded themselves and supplied their own tools of the trade for this was the American South. But even then, they had major support from our French cousins. So I don't know. It's depressing. And, you know, the more I see what's going on out there right now, and I was talking about this with a buddy just last week, and he said, well, what do you think would fix this? And the honest answer here is something that no one will ever go for. But I think there needs to be one person put in charge, maybe 2, one in charge of the military and one in charge of handling the financial and business side of things. And they keep business rolling with, you know, all of our interactions with the rest of the world, while the military leader keeps us from being invaded in the process, and you wipe the entire slate clean. You will never accomplish any of this with any type of bureaucratic committee. They put the cameras on somebody being arrested with a kid in the background, and that's it. It's over. You have to put someone in charge to handle business. Every one of the unelected bureaucracies gone, all the alphabet agencies. You have a complete debt jubilee. Everything that you have in your possession is now yours. All of the people involved in this criminal fractional reserve lending are all going to jail anyway. They don't deserve to keep any of it. You come up with a new currency, and fiat is fine. It's just whoever is in charge of that fiat, and it needs to be people that can in no way profit off of manipulating that money supply.
Absolutely.
Punishable by a rope and a tree. And then the entire power structure gets flipped upside down to where it was supposed to be. The county is the most powerful, the state is behind the county, and the federal is only involved in international affairs. The outlines of our constitutional republic are actually very sound. It's just that they got corrupted by lawyers. And however we got to the point where a new president can just walk in on day one and sign executive order after executive order and crush everything that has come before that is an absolute bastardization of what the original intent was here. The whole reason behind checks and balances was to handicap the ability of one person or one small group to gain too much power. But you fast forward 200 years, and the most powerful lobbying group in Washington is from a little country over in the Mediterranean. And a large percentage of the people in those bureaucracies hold dual citizenship and openly say that their allegiance is not to America. And, you know, that's just one of the problems we have. The Catholic Church has always been a big problem. I can show you a book right now from the early 1800s, and they're talking about the influx of new people that they were doing way back then to just crush us under the dead weight of the masses. Back around the 80s or so, somebody formalized it into a coherent plan, and it's the Cloward-Piven plan. Anyway, we're way past the point of saying, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Seriously, don't do that. Because they'll just look you dead in the eye and say, okay, we won't do that. And then they go do it. Until those people are afraid to poke their head out the front door, nothing's going to change. And I'll just leave it at that. Static out.
Have you guys heard about what's going on in Aurora, Colorado?
I mean, they're taking over the city. They're taking over apartment complexes. And this is happening all over, just not Colorado. But the Colorado thing caught the imagination because there were many of them with the biggest weapons that you've ever seen.
So this is a gang from Venezuela called Tren de Agua. And what happened in Venezuela is the government let a bunch of these dudes out of prison and sent them to go across the border to come over here. Thanks, Venezuela. And now they're taking over whole apartment complexes out there in Aurora, Colorado, and they're doing a lot of damage in New York. And El Paso, Texas is on high alert right now because of how much damage they're doing out there. But America already has its own organizations and criminal elements, and none of them are taking too kindly to any of this. One in specifically who's been rumored to be stepping up, and we're going to talk about that right now, is the Hells Angels. So the Hells Angels are one of the first and one of the most powerful biker MCs on the entire planet. And if they're coming for you, it's already guaranteed that you need to stop, drop, roll, dig a little hole, crawl inside it, and probably die before they get their hands on you. I've worked with some of these dudes, and they were great to do business with because they acted very professionally, but they are definitely no joke, and you do not want to piss these dudes off. And the internet is exploding with rumors right now that the Hells Angels are on their way to Aurora, Colorado to deal with Tren de Agua. So let's get into this and see what we can figure out, if there's any truth to that or if there's not, and what we think is going to happen when they face off with these Venezuelans.
Right now, Aurora police officers, they're patrolling areas of suspected gang activity, and that includes this apartment building. This is the one at Dallas Street and 12th Avenue, where Venezuelan gang members have been caught on camera with guns breaking into units.
Wait. I thought none of this was actually happening, and everybody who was saying anything about what was going on is a racist. What happened? Oh, yeah, that's right. We caught it on video. It went national news, and now Trump and Kamala Harris are both talking about this, and it's just been established as a fact, and even the governor is talking about it. Funny how that works, huh?
Now, so much of this has been the focus of national attention this week. We have been reporting on this at the local level for weeks, but police now say They're there as well, engaging with residents.
Thank God. Nobody's going to have to shoot their own dog because now the cops are there to do it for them. But to be completely fair, I'm pretty sure that the cops have known that this was a real life thing for at least a couple of weeks because they had a shootout with them. And it was established that the higher ups in this organization have put a green light for them to attack any cops who tried to stop or pursue them while they were committing crimes.
Aurora leaders say the city, it's a safe place to live, to work, to shop.
Hey, Jax, they said it's completely safe to live in Aurora. Should we go buy a house there? Yeah, this doesn't look super safe to me either.
The video shows a group of men walking up a stairwell at the Edge Lowry apartment complex in Aurora. All of them appear to be carrying rifles and handguns, and the video shot earlier this month.
So I think at this point, we've clearly established that if you are an American, if you are a law-abiding citizen, if you're even an American criminal, these dudes have now become the ops. So let's talk about the unsung heroes of this situation who are stepping in and are going to be doing something about this. The Hells Angels. And the internet has been flooded with rumors at this point that this is going to happen, but I have actually gotten in touch with someone who is an actual Hells Angel in the state of Colorado, and I'm going to tell you what they said. Now, the first thing that you need to understand is that if the Hells Angels want to move on these dudes in Colorado, they do not have to flood in from other states. Colorado already has multiple chapters of the Hells Angels that are there, they're ready, and they're equipped to handle business if that's what they want to do. Now, could they call in backup? Absolutely, 100%. But each chapter would have to vote on that because that's the way that they work. They have autonomy. It's not all just run by one centralized government in their organization. What my contact on the inside in Colorado has told me is that they have plans to roll up. Nothing more, nothing less. And that's a direct quote. And of course, that's an intentionally vague statement, which I would expect nothing less, because what you have to understand about these organizations is they're under constant surveillance and they're always under the threat of RICO Act, which would not only affect them, but affect their brotherhood worldwide. But what does that actually mean? All I can say on that is, if you know, you know. And a big shout out, love, and respect to all the homies out there in Colorado. I'm not going to get too deep into their politics. It's not really my business. I am not a member of their organization. But what I will say is that there is the potential for this to go higher and higher and escalate if these ops want to escalate the situation with them. In fact, other chapters from around the country have already issued a public warning to this Venezuelan gang if they don't stop, cease, and desist, like, immediately.
Let this be a lesson to the gang members in Aurora, Colorado.
Like I say, that's why I put my message out the other day that this absolutely has everything to do with us. They've already started threatening black people. They just killed the young brother in Chicago. They're not discriminating. They put the green light on the police. It's never a good time to wait on your time to be pressed. It's not a good thing to wait till they can finish off one group, you see, and get another group. No. You nip it in the bud and you deal with it where it's at. And once again, this is our fucking country. You understand? Like I said, like my ancestors have been fighting for this country for a long time, probably longer than most people here. And I'm here to continue that legacy.
Please heed my warning. I did 10 years in the joint in the state of Kentucky. I'm telling you right now, the people that are coming, known as the Hells Angels, are not to be fucked with.
You see, MS-13, they came over the border. They went out there to California. Next thing I know, they were putting green lights on blacks out there in California. I did a whole live on that. Showed plenty of videos of the people coming across the border, linking up with other individual groups in California, and then putting green lights. Oh, so I say this is why we can't let them say, okay, now it's your turn. You see what I'm saying? And then we got to always remember, see, we're not looking at this as people on the sideline. This is our fucking country. We want to know what's going on, when it's going on, who over here, who not over here, and the spoils of war. When people get chased off, and you know, it's never think it's not a spoils of war, and people reap rewards after the battle is over. Come on now, glory is to be had.
You are getting ready to have a large swarm of men who are like-minded, brotherhood-driven, and will not govern themselves by the laws in which that you think that they will. You are getting ready to have what you have never experienced.
Everybody where you at, so nobody got to worry about traveling to
another state. People that live on a certain side of the law may be perceived as whatever.
Everybody got some
issues. I promise you this: we know that you're taking advantage of defenseless people. You will be the ones calling the law. because you do not want men like me and the people that we associate with to descend upon you. Because we will not care about evidence, we will not care about any of that shit. There will be guns, there will be knives, and there will be no more time for questions. Please leave before you force the hand of a power that you do not know the extent of how far it reaches. If you try to meet them with any type of resistance, you will die. You will die in the street. They are gonna fuck you up.
Now, I don't know about y'all, but I got that message loud and clear. I was absolutely picking up what he was putting down. I think he spelled that out absolutely perfectly. And if these dudes don't listen, I promise you, these are those ones, man. And then we need to talk about the possibilities beyond that. Because if they have any problem taking them out, the Hells Angels, there are other organizations that will step in and band with the Hells Angels. I know a lot of these people are outside of the law. That's what outlaws are, people that live outside of the law. And a lot of them have their own inner squabbles. But when it comes down to it, we are all Americans, and we do not want to see innocent people within our communities taken advantage of and done dirty the way that these people from the outside are. There are bitter rivalries between certain MCs. I'm not going to get into which ones. That's not my business because I am not a patch member of any of these MCs. But I can tell you that there is a high likelihood that they would set that aside to be able to take care of the business that needs to be handled out in Colorado, in New York, in Santa Fe, all across this country if need be. And these dudes would step in and handle what needs to be handled in the way that the police are not allowed to do. If things keep going in the direction that they've been going, there is a very high likelihood that we would have a war between American outlaws and the intruders who have managed to infiltrate our country with bad intention.
I already know somebody's going to call Cap and say that any outlaw biker is just a scumbag or a criminal. So I want to show you this and let you know.
Biker build off. Here we go. Down here building bikes at the clubhouse for the toy run.
Yeah.
A lot more bikes to build. Feel free to come on down tonight and build some bikes. Greatly appreciated. Getting excited. See these kids' faces and give them their bikes.
Some of these chapters are out here in real life doing more for their community than a lot of these churches out here on these streets. They just live a different type of lifestyle. They're big on their freedoms and they have more flexible views on the laws. Now, in past videos where I've talked about the security risks and having our borders wide open, I've had quite a few people try to call me a racist. Fuck you, buddy. What race is people that are illegally migrating over here with bad intentions? It sounds to me like you've got some race pigeonholed on that. I'm talking about literally everybody. Anybody who comes over here trying to perpetrate against our communities. I don't care if they're white. I don't care if they're black. I don't care if they're purple or green. If you are a scumbag coming over here to break the law and victimize our community, you are a piece of shit. Let's talk about how we got here for a second. Let me ask you guys a question. Try not to be smooth-brained about this when you ponder this, but do you lock your fucking door at your house? Do you lock your door at your car when you leave your car? Do you understand why you do that? Why are locked doors important? Do you think that it's not important to lock the doors on our nation when we have so many enemies all around the world? And now we have military-age men flooding through the border 24/7. And you think that that's just cool, man? You think that that's cool and you want to buy this party line saying that people who are against this are somehow inherently against other races? America is a beautiful melting pot and there's a process to come over here legally, become a part of our society and integrate into that society in a productive way. And if you've come here to live outside of that and you've come here to victimize people that are American citizens, I've got some news for you, bud. This is America, and we are going to fight back. And if our own government isn't willing to do what it takes to keep the American citizens safe and have our backs, but the Hells Angels are, I think I know exactly whose side I'm on. What about you guys? What do you guys think about all this? Please let me know in the comments. Thank you for riding out with
in Aurora. This week, Aurora has been in the national spotlight as videos have been circulating on social media showing gang members taking over apartments. It's important to note the city nor the Aurora Police Department have confirmed any of those claims. Colorado and federal law enforcement does confirm that the transnational crime organization Tren de Aragua are operating in the Denver metro area. Denver 7's Adria Arahita joining us live now with new reaction from Governor Jared Polis and Aurora's interim police chief. Good morning, Adria.
Yeah, good morning, Wanye. Videos have gone viral this week showing a group of males carrying guns in an apartment complex. Now, this is one of several buildings at the center of concern. Aurora police saying earlier this week, quote, APD has been increasingly collecting evidence to show that gang is connected to crimes in the area. They shared this video last night of officers looking into claims at the edge of Lowry Apartments. APD's interim police chief Heather Morris says gang members have not taken over the complex and they're reassuring the community they are investigating criminal activity.
We are actively investigating criminal activity that's happening and listening to them to so that we can learn anything that we're missing. You know, what are we missing, and actually find out what exactly is going on.
Governor Jared Polis spoke with CNN saying the state is ready to step in at a moment's notice if Aurora if needed, and adding that the state takes these kinds of threats very seriously. But he says Aurora officials have not raised that alarm.
So all we await is a call from Aurora saying there's any building in the control of any gang, and we are ready to help take it back. That call has not happened because Aurora Police does not currently believe, or they haven't told us, that there's any buildings in control of gangs.
Aurora's mayor, Mike Kaufman, on the other hand, says the city is seeking an emergency court order to shut down apartment buildings that he claims have been overrun by a Venezuelan gang by declaring them a criminal nuisance. And Mayor Kaufman says the apartments seeking gang activity are all under that same ownership that had multiple code violations and criminal activity preceding the migrant crisis. And a judge must grant that order before the city can clear out the buildings.
Yeah, well, thank you, Adria. This is obviously something that even presidential candidates are talking about right now. So thank you so much for bringing us this updated information. The city of Aurora
The city of Aurora is contradicting itself on the extent of Venezuelan gang activity in that city. The mayor told Fox News this week the gang is collecting rent at a troubled apartment complex. The interim police chief, in a video press release, says that's not happening.
It's that intimidation factor. We've got Venezuelan gang members who have gone into an apartment complex where there's a concentration of Venezuelans and pushed out the property management through intimidation, and now they're intimidating the tenants there to pay them the rent and probably extort other things from them.
I'm not saying that there's not gang members that don't live in this community, but what we're learning out here is that gang members have not taken over this complex. We've really made an effort to the last few days to just really ask the specific questions and the direct questions in terms of the gang activity and who's actually making sure that people aren't paying rent to gang leaders or gang members, that's not happening. And we've discovered here today and yesterday talking to so many residents that that's not the case.
So we don't generally air video news releases from police departments and cities for ethical reasons. We weren't there to shoot that video ourselves or ask Chief Morris any questions. But her comments in that video directly contradict what Mayor Kaufman said and add further confusion in a week when the city's public statements on Venezuelan gang activity hasn't always lined up. Mayor Kaufman has said contradictory things in interviews just hours apart. The city's trying to get a court order to clear out 2 or 3 apartment buildings to combat gang activity. They're planning to declare the properties a, quote, criminal nuisance.
We have more from the mayor of Aurora. He's concerned that someone is funding these apartment takeovers. Watch this.
somebody put them there and somebody funded it, whether it's federal government or not. We're trying to find out who these gangs apparently are attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants. And so they've in fact have kind of pushed out the property management through intimidation and then collected the rents. Arrests have been made, but these operations are still ongoing.
They're collecting the rent. Good Lord. Danielle Jurinsky is a city council member in Aurora, and she joins me now. Danielle, a spokesperson for the governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, he's dismissing you. They say this is all a figment of your imagination. Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I just would ask him, is this also a figment of the Romero's imagination and all of the other folks that I've spoken to at these complexes and that I've physically moved out? This is one heck of an imagination.
What are you going to do about this?
Well, what I've been able to do so far is bring this much attention to it. And I plan to continue to bring this kind of attention to it until this is addressed. I'm not going to sit back and let this be downplayed and let this be ignored. The governor can attack me all he wants, but I am going to continue to expose this, and I will continue to go into these buildings, and I will get as many people out as I can.
You got to get people out. What about the people who are barging their way into these apartments? What are you going to do about them? Can we arrest them in some way?
Well, I think that's where we need the help of our state and federal partners. I mean, this is way beyond any one local law enforcement dealing with this. This gang is here. They have spread out. They have taken over multiple apartment complexes. This is not just in Aurora. And we need a group effort here.
Who's to blame, in your opinion?
Well, the blame starts at the southern border. I mean, first and foremost, we need to shut down our southern border, and we need to put policies in place that are vetting these people. And then beyond that, you know, you can look at our state. Our governor has made our state a sanctuary state here in Colorado. And the mayor of Denver, you know, they hung a banner on the Denver City Hall that said, "We love migrants." Well, you know, we love migrants too, but can we vet them? I mean, these people are coming in. They have hundreds of guns. They are running whatever kind of operations they are running. And somebody needs to step in here at the federal level and the state level.
I want to go back to how the residents of some of these apartment buildings actually feel about it and what they're going through. Just watch this for a second.
Every day when we come home, we have to do this. Every time we go outside to take out the garbage, every time we try to go to bed at night, we have to keep it like this so nobody can kick in the door.
It's come to that. 5 locks on the door. Last word to you.
That is one of the folks that I was able to move out the other day, and it is horrifying to see firsthand. And I hope
I can honestly say that I'm not at all surprised by this news that I found out. Kamala Harris wants to put an end to this debate with Donald Trump, but she's trying everything in her power to do so, to make it seem like she's bowing out gracefully, or to make it seem like Donald Trump's been difficult. Anyhow, I'm going to replay this powerful ad from Donald Trump. The debate we've all been waiting for from Kamala of yesterday versus Kamala today.
Everyday prices are too high. Food, rent, gas, back to school clothes. That is called Bidenomics. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today. Ground beef is up almost 50%. There's not much left at the end of the month. Bidenomics is working. The price of housing has gone up. It feels so hard to just be able to get ahead. And we are very proud of Bidenomics.
Oh, man, I love that ad. I love that ad. We played it in the previous video, but, man, I felt like it was so appropriate to start it off with this one. Bidenomics. Lionomics, really. That's what they really were. Wow, I just realized I didn't have my glasses on. But Lionomics, I'm going to go get that before I play it. I mean, after I play the next joint. But Kamala appears to be trying to back out of the September 10th debate after her dismal CNN interview. Colin Ruck says this revelation comes after ABC News rejected her demand, saying they would adopt the same rules as the CNN debate. In a post this morning, Harris once again demanded that the mics be unmuted at all times. It sucks.
Madam Vice President, Donald Trump agreed to 3 debates. Will you be participating in all 3?
I've always been on record. I am looking forward to debating Donald Trump, and we have a date of September 10th. I hear he's finally committed to it. I'm looking forward.
What about the other 2?
Let's make sure we get this photo of everyone. Look right here, right there.
So as you can see, he can talk the talk. She could definitely talk the talk. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. This and that. Woo woo. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I already wanted a base. So y'all see the energy right here. Y'all see, you know, she's all, you know, what they does, super entitled and super just trying to act like they confident. Oh my God. Somebody said she couldn't even pass the open book test with notes with CNN. Oh, y'all wrong for that. Somebody said that she couldn't pass this book test with notes with CNN. Oh, that means she is not going to do well in the debate, man. I'd hope she does show up. Colin Rugg says she seems so nervous, which is odd. She seemed okay during the 2020 VP debate, which Tulsi Gabbard completely obliterated her. And also Kamala Harris completely obliterated Joe Biden, but then became his VP. It's weird. She's, you know, called him racist and all that. But hey, you know, shapeshift, you know, she shapeshifts for the time, the current time, you know, whatever benefits her at that time. And I don't know why people not pointing that out. This is a complete chicken right now. She wanted to change the debate rules, shows her desperation, if you ask me. She can't handle a fair fight. What does that say about her leadership? So all I want to know. Now, Kamala wants the mics on during the debate so she can do this about 30 times.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well, wait.
I'm speaking.
Be important if you said the truth.
Oh, she want to be a mad black woman.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Okay. If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then have a conversation. Okay?
Please.
Okay.
Non-answer.
I'm trying to answer you
The
now.
American people deserve a straight answer.
I will not sit here and be lectured by the Vice President. I'm speaking. Yeah, I'm about to. I will not be lectured by the Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
Start using that when I ain't got nothing to say to nobody. I'm speaking.
What a joke.
Speaking. I will not be lectured. I'm speaking. All right.
She practiced that.
I'm speaking. Oh my gosh, bro. How do you deal with somebody like that? I don't. And then that's another thing. I don't like somebody who plays on the emotional vulnerability of the American people with their word usage like that. Trying to use the black card, so to speak. Yeah, you know, I'm speaking, woo, woo, woo. The reason why I said it is because she's not adding any context or responding to these questions, but she's adding an attitude and adding the sassiness that, you know, mainstream media enjoys to see. Oh, yeah, she telling him. Meanwhile, she's not answering anything. Somebody said, I totally understand why the people who work for her quit. I couldn't imagine subjecting myself to this moronic, low IQ blow hard. Imagine dealing with that every day. I don't know. Yeah, that was incredible. I gained strength from that in moments of weakness. Excuse me. I'm posted right now. Well, I don't know what that means. She just wants a gotcha moment where she acts like the negative school teacher. I'm talking. Yeah. Anyhow. Kamala Harris has decided that the conditions of the debate are no longer to her liking, and we the people, look, we ain't how do I say, we ain't cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. We seeing right through you.
Well, Miss Flip-Flop Kamala Harris here has decided that the conditions of the upcoming debate are no longer to her liking. I'm going to start calling her Goldilocks. She wants the perfect temperature. She wants the right network. She wants the perfect setting. She wants to have her feet rubbed. Sweetheart, you are running for the highest office in the land. You should be prepared to debate anywhere, anytime, under any conditions. Miss Kamalamity and her advisors put out a statement this morning saying Donald Trump is surrendering to his advisors who won't allow him to debate with a live microphone. If his own team doesn't have confidence in him, the American people definitely can't. First and foremost, Donald Trump got shot less than 2 months ago and got up and walked off the stage. So if we're going to talk about surrendering, it took you 40 days to get the courage to do a sit-down interview on CNN. I surrender. Let's talk about surrender. I guess Miss Goldilocks Harris has amnesia. You guys wanted the exact same rules as the Joe Biden debate on June 27th. You got rid of Joe Biden, you led a coup against him, now you're the nominee. Okay, fine. Now those same rules aren't good enough for you. The fact that Miss Kamalamity is shaking and quaking over a 90-minute debate on a friendly network, sweetheart, how are you going to negotiate with Vladimir Putin, President Xi, Kim Jong-un? What's going to happen in the Situation Room? You can't negotiate a debate. How are you going to negotiate with world leaders? Now, as some folks have pointed out online, Kamala's team probably printed about 1 million shirts that say I'm speaking. She really wants another I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking moment, but now that the microphones are going to be off, that's going to go to waste. It's also been reported today that Kamala wants to bring up Donald Trump's age in the debate. Let me tell you why this is absolutely ridiculous. Until July 21st, the Democratic nominee was Joe Biden, who's in his 80s, and now Kamala wants to paint herself as this young little mink, someone who's new on the scene. Kamala, you were with Willie Brown back in the 90s before I was even born. Kamala, you yourself are a few years away from Social Security. If you bring up Donald Trump's age in the debate, everybody is going to laugh at you. And shout out to everyone on Social Security. I know I'm big in the nursing homes. How are you doing? Now, as for the United States of America, I don't know who's running the country right now. Kamala, she's crying, shaking, and quaking over the debate. Joe Biden, he's still on the beach chilling. I really think Joe Biden knows Kamalamity is a clown, and that's why he's avoiding her at all costs. I really think he endorsed her as a way to screw over the DNC. We're really starting to see why Kamala's had so much staff turnover, why they hid her away from reporters for 40 days. This is getting absolutely ridiculous and silly. Either show up in debate or don't. I'm getting bored with the whole situation. One thing Kamala doesn't realize, because she's gotten lucky breaks throughout her entire career, is that she's auditioning for the highest office in the land. She's applying for a job. She's applying to work for us. The fact that so many Gold Star families are upset with Kamala Harris right now and she's whining about a debate shows she doesn't know her priorities or how to handle a PR crisis. I don't care if they say you have to swing from the chandelier like Cirque du Soleil during the debate, or if you have to answer the questions blindfolded on a pogo stick. I don't care if they say you have to run across hot, fiery coals like Oprah on Super Soul Sunday. You do it because you're applying for a job. You're applying to work for the American people. All right, my friends, I know many of you have already signed up, but I'm having another private off-the-record Zoom to talk about the debate. It's going to be a post-debate party on the 11th of September. It's going to be a riot. If you want to sign up, it's $7. Just go to my profile where it says sign up here. You can find it very easily. Thank you guys for liking and following. Drop a comment. Tell me what you think about Kamala Harris, Donald Trump. Do you think the debate is actually going to happen? I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
By the way, to follow him, it's Link Lauren on Twitter. Okay. It's Link Lauren. Okay, let me just spell it. It's ITSLINKLAURN. It's Lauren. Okay. Boom. Yeah, definitely, man. He pointed out some great stuff, man. If she can't sit here and negotiate this debate, how would she be able to negotiate with world leaders? It makes me feel a little uncomfortable. I don't know about you, but she can't come to an agreement about the mics. For what? Somebody said that they predicted that Kamala is going to probably get ill, not viciously ill. She will not be able to debate. And they saying bookmark this. You know what? I'm gonna agree with that. I'm gonna sit here and go, you know what? Yeah, I feel like something's gonna happen, man. Because she can't even get the left-wing media to bend the knee for her. Yeah, that's bad. That's when you know you're doing way too much. I'm going to say, you are why I'm never getting rid of this app. I can still hear can someone get this girl a calculator? I wish I knew what video she was talking about. She said, I don't want to say that word, but her handlers, I ain't going to put the first word in front of that. First letter, want the microphones on. Why? Because they want Trump to speak more so that she can speak less. These are some great observations. This is exactly why I go to the comment section, honestly, man. You'll discover a lot in the comment section. Because, yeah, I think that they know that she's a horrible debater. And even though Donald Trump, is who he is, I think that they're going to try to use that to their advantage. They're going to sit there and go, okay, well, we're going to make her seem quiet and timid, and have Donald Trump do what Donald Trump does and do all the rah, 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 rah. And she's going to sit there and try to get the I got you moment, that I'm speaking moment. And that's all we need. That's all we need. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So we're going to make it seem like she couldn't talk. He was over there. Dang, man, this is all starting to come full circle. It's starting to make sense. That comment makes sense. I can see that happening. I can see them going, yeah, we're just going to let him make it seem like that he's interrupting you constantly. You can't even get your point across. And you're going to try to, make you look like the victim in the situation. And yeah, I can see it playing out like that. Anyhow, guys, I'm on a road. So unfortunately, my videos won't be, 15 to 18 minutes all the time. I'll be trying to get it up there. But I'm actually about to get ready to go to church with my dad real quick. So y'all pray for your boy. Keep sharing these videos while I'm on the road, and I will be chopping it up with y'all. So hopefully I'll do it live.
Nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Because I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
Her color. I thought that Martin Luther King said the color wasn't the issue. I thought it was the content of our character that we were supposed to be recognized for. But if she's going to keep running on that color, she's going to have a misconception about how black people really wrong.
Hey, welcome back. It's your man Wise. And yes, I have a great video to share with you guys. Black folks up in New York, man, are waking up. Now, mind you, it's one of the bluest cities in the country. We know that a lot of black folks been voting blue, no matter who, for a very long time, but tides are changing. Make sure y'all like this video. Make sure you subscribe to this video or to this channel, and make sure you drop me a comment. I'm so looking forward to hearing what you guys have to say. And without further ado, let's go.
Identity politics has been a big topic since Kamala Harris was tapped to be the Democratic nominee for president.
Correspondent Kara Castronova asked voters what they have to think about that. Here's that report.
The latest polls show that Vice President Kamala Harris is gaining ground with some Black and Latino voters. But those very same voters say that things are going badly in an America run by President Biden and VP Harris. And former President Trump is still polling high with Black voters at 20% in the latest, for example. They could be the story of this election. So, are Black and Hispanic voters persuaded?
Yo, did they just give love and give a shout out to the Black MAGA brother? I can't think of that dude's name. I think he does go by Black MAGA. I think that's who he goes by, but shout out to that brother there. The song jamming. If y'all guys hadn't heard it, go check it out, man. Go show that brother some love, man.
By identity politics or actual policies? We hit the streets of the Bronx to find out.
She's using her color. I thought that Martin Luther King said the color wasn't the issue. I thought it was the content of our character that we were supposed to be recognized for. But if she's going to keep running on that color, she's going to have a misconception about how black people really wrong.
She's absolutely right. And the thing is that a lot of Democrats out there that, you know, they want to talk about getting rid of racism and things of that nature, but they are the ones that keep racism alive in this country. It's them. It's them that keeps talking about, you know, we want all these DEI and all these other types of things. They want to keep everybody focused on race. And to be honest with you, they want to choose people for opportunities based on race. That's the reason why Kamala Harris is in the situation that she's in, because basically mandated that they hire a black woman, regardless if she was qualified or not.
If you bring somebody into office that looks like you, but then continues to detriment your community, what was that for? But if you choose somebody who can raise your community, then you chose the right one. Yes.
Wait,
so
who do you choose?
Personally, I choose Trump.
That young brother right there, he has a future. Somebody find that man. Find him, get him in, hopefully he's in college or something along those lines, but get him in office somewhere, get him to intern somewhere at one of these campaigns or something along those lines, because that young brother right there, man, he's got a future.
Who I think is more qualified to run the country. That's all I'm looking at.
Black Latinos are starting to be a little bit more critical. They're fed up of their hard-earned money going to illegal, undocumented people.
Kamala Harris did not do a good job on the border because from what I know, a lot of people were coming from the other side and doing a lot of bad things to what we call home.
I think she's not a good candidate for president because she's with Joe Biden for the past 2 years, a wreck up in New York, you know.
Colors don't matter, man.
Right, they don't.
Ask God, man.
That's true. So what do you think about a candidate that uses their race as a selling point? Do you think
that's some weird?
That's weird.
You lost already, 2024. If you racist today, you lost.
He's absolutely right. And see, that's the problem. A lot of these Democrats, man, the Democrats are Vince Lombardi. And the only play that they have is this race play. And we'll call that the Packer sweep. And that's it. And the league has caught up with the Packer sweep. There's no more Super Bowls for them. They got to change the game plan. That's pretty much what it is. We're not falling for it anymore. And what we do know is that the policies that they implemented, they actually were a detriment not only to the Black and Hispanic or Black and Latino community, they've been a full-fledged detriment to the country as a whole. And I am so glad to see brothers and sisters up there in New York seeing it for what it is. Don't let these people play with your emotions.
Going against Trump.
It's not about race. It's about what they provide for the society, is what they could do for the community.
With her putting a lot of Black Americans in jail for the marijuana, they're not really going for her.
We also got people's thoughts on Trump's recent comments on Harris's ethnicity.
She was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black.
Yo, that is hilarious. When she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to identify as Black. And the crazy thing is, too, she's not an African American. You know what? I will give her that maybe her father has African blood, although he himself didn't claim it, but we'll give him that. But she is not an African American. At best, she is an American of Indian and Jamaican descent. It doesn't make her an African American. It does not make her what some folks say or call a foundational Black American. It does not make her what other people say or call African or American descendants of slaves. She isn't one of them. She doesn't have any people or any connection to Black folks from Texas to Florida, from Florida up to Delaware, where the slave trade. She doesn't have any connection there. Where's her pictures, honestly, with her Black family? We've seen a bunch of pictures with her Indian family, but where's the pictures with her Black family? I know her relationship with her father is strained, but where is her cousins? Where is her aunts at? Is this dude the only child? Does she not have any folks from Jamaica that claim her? Where is it at? Even, with Barack Obama, as much as people want to say what they want to say about him, at least there is some pictures of Barack Obama with his Kenyan relatives. We know his father was Kenyan, a Black guy, and we also know that he has some Kenyan siblings, a lot of them, because come to find out, I think his pops was, married to 2, 3, 4 women or something, which I think that's something that you can do out there. But at least we know for sure that dude's got some African in him. We're not for sure about counterfeit Kamala. We're not for sure.
She was him doing a suit of purpose, and now that she's running, the Black vote suits her purpose. So like Trump said, now she's Black.
Donald Trump is absolutely right. Her mother's Indian, her father's Irish Hindu, and she's always presented herself as Indian.
What do you think about Trump saying Kamala Harris is Black? I thought she was Indian. She was saying she was Indian.
That's my response. Trump is an open book, yo. Facts.
That's just Trump being Trump. I don't believe he's racist. I don't even think he has a racist bone in his body.
Trump said that Kamala Harris always portrayed herself to be Indian, and now all of a sudden
Trump is not racist. There is so much documentation over the past 30 years showing Trump hanging out with all kinds of folks. He was Mike Tyson's, or still is Mike Tyson's, homeboy. He was there at the Michael Jackson trial. He received the NAACP award. Like, come on, man. Stop it with the Trump racist stuff, because he is definitely not that.
she's saying she's Black.
Right? Nah, she's really Indian. She just want our support. She trying to snatch our support away from Trump. But that's not how that's going down.
Reporting for Newsmax in the Bronx, New York, I'm Kara Castronova.
Wow. That was dope. Well, I'm not going to add any more context to this. I've already said enough. I know you guys probably are tired of my mouth and was like, man, let the video play. I know that's how y'all do. Let the video play. But hey, it's my channel, my show, and I want to give y'all, my thoughts. I hope y'all guys appreciated that, man. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section.
Mr. President, what do you think of President Trump's behavior at Arlington Cemetery with the visit to the fallen soldiers? I don't want to answer things. I might tell you what I think.
Did you watch your vice president's interview on CNN?
Anything on the ISIS operation, Mr. President?
What are your campaign plans, Mr. President?
This is Mark Schmitz, Gold Star father of Marine Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz. Here we are on a beautiful holiday weekend day. I got to stop what I'm doing, spending time with what's left of my family, to address a heinous, vile, and disgusting post put out by Kamala Harris, trying to incite those that don't follow the truth that President Trump was in Arlington as a political stunt. Shows you how much you know about the 13 families. We invited him to be there. Groundwork was put into place by Congressman Ice's office to make sure we followed protocol. Why did we want Trump there? It wasn't to help his political campaign. We wanted a leader.
All right, guys, so we got to talk about what appears to be a pretty epic backfire on Kamala Harris after she decided it would be a good idea to low-key attack the Gold Star families in response to the mainstream liberal media creating fake outrage over President Trump being with the Gold Star families to honor our fallen U.S. service members who lost their lives in Afghanistan, mainly due to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's reckless decision in regards to how they were going to execute the Afghanistan withdrawal. Okay, Trump was there on the anniversary, just honoring our fallen service members, and some pictures were taken, and the mainstream liberal media is trying to make it out to be something that is not, right? And the reason why they're doing this is because they desperately want to try to create some equivalent of what has happened to the Kamala Harris campaign due to Tim Walz, her VP, being accused of stolen valor. And that has upset a lot of people in the veterans community, and is definitely going to hurt Kamala Harris in some of these veteran-heavy / military states like North Carolina, okay? So again, this is panic time for the mainstream liberal media and Kamala Harris, trying to find something, anything they can to attack Trump and to discredit him among the veteran / military community, which I don't think is possible. Okay, Democrats are not going to out patriotic or out military Trump. Okay, they're just not going to do so, right? In fact, I think that if Kamala Harris was elected, that would be terrible for the military for multiple reasons. One, she'd be on board with more woke initiatives. Okay, but also on top of that, I think that it would disincentivize more people from joining the military. And there's already a crisis in regards to recruitment for the military. They're having a hard time getting people to sign up, mainly young white men who historically have made up most of the military. Yeah, those guys really don't want to sign up anymore. And I think part of the reason why is because of Democrat leadership. So again, Kamala Harris would be terrible for the military. And she put out this statement that has been interpreted as an attack against Trump and the Gold Star family. So let's actually read what she put out here, because she's getting a lot of backlash for this. She says, as vice president, I have had the privilege of visiting Arlington National Cemetery several times. It is a solemn place, a place where we come together to honor American heroes who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service of this nation. It is not a place for politics. And yet, as was reported this week, Donald Trump's team chose to film a video there, resulting in an altercation with cemetery staff. Let me be clear, the former president disrespected sacred ground, all for the sake of a political stunt. Now, whoever told Kamala to put this out was not very smart, okay, because the wording here implies that everybody that was a part of this was also a part of a political stunt, that this was done solely as a political stunt, when the story is that Trump was invited by the Gold Star families, right? So Kamala Harris saying that the president disrespected sacred ground as a part of a political stunt, by extension, because again, she's not being very precise in her language here. You can also reasonably interpret this as an attack against the Gold Star families, saying that they were in on a political stunt, right? Which again is a very disrespectful thing to imply or to say, which is how I'm interpreting this message from Kamala Harris, okay? She says, this is nothing new from Donald Trump. This is a man who has called our fallen service members suckers and losers and disparaged Medal of Honor recipients. Yeah, again, more lies from Kamala Harris, things that are not proven, okay? But this is all they have, right? This is all they have. They're desperately trying to smear Trump among the veteran community. A man who, during a previous visit to the cemetery, reportedly said of fallen service members, "I don't get it. What was in it for them?" This is a man who is unable to comprehend anything other than service to himself. If there is one thing on which we as Americans can all agree, it is that our veterans, military families, and service members should be honored, never disparaged, and treated with nothing less than our highest respect and gratitude. Yeah. See, again, it's amazing how she put this out, because it's not like the Gold Star families feel like Kamala Harris has lived up to that in regards to how she has treated military families. Okay. And she basically goes on to say that Trump should never be president of the United States again. But this message here has backfired. Okay. Because the Gold Star families are speaking out, and they are absolutely destroying her for putting this out there.
Abbey Gate on August 26, 2021. This year, for the 3rd year anniversary of her murder, we welcome President Donald J. Trump to Arlington to lay a wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier with our family and to visit Nicole graveside. President Trump and his team were respectful. They listened to our stories and didn't talk much at all. We welcomed them that day, and they were comfort to our family. Vice President Harris, I ask you, why won't you return a call and explain to us how you call my daughter-in-law's death a success? Vice President Harris, why will you not express your condolences yourself? Why have we never heard from you? And finally, why would you take a day where we celebrated the death of our loved one and use it to disparage not only them, but us? President Trump has called. President Trump shows up. And President Trump takes the time to hear our loved ones' stories. Why won't you do the same?
Vice President Harris, my name is Steve Nakui. I'm the father of Lance Corporal Kareem M. Nakui. And your administration killed my son, deliberately in exchange for political theatrics, so you could have a final day of the evacuation coincide with September 11th. Ignoring the advice of your generals, the Doha Agreement, and countless other veterans and members of Congress. Denying the safety of the Afghans and the servicemen and women. Your choice to play politics in 2021 killed 170 Afghans, 13 U.S. service members, and wounded 45 of our service members, as well as countless Afghans. You were not at Dover for the dignified transfer. At no time have you reached out to me to offer your condolences, to offer thank you for Kareem's sacrifice and service. Not once have you honored him by saying his name, so I said it for you. You have disparaged all 13 who have lost their lives as well as their families, exhibiting your lack of gratitude by your silence. I agree with you on one thing, that a person like you should never and will never stand behind the seal of presidency. You are a DEI vice president. And contrary to our kids, the worst that America has to offer. I will pray for you that God has mercy on your soul.
Kamala, your statement is nothing more than a political spin to help you look better in your presidential campaign against Donald Trump. You have never walked a single day in our shoes. Our kids were murdered because of your administration, and you are partly to blame for that as well. What happened at Arlington was President Trump was invited by those families who have their soldiers buried at Arlington. They were invited there as a friend, as somebody who has taken the time numerous times on numerous occasions to hear our stories, to speak our kids' names, and to help us get some accountability from your administration, because in over 3 years, we have gotten nothing but more and more lies. Just like your statement, more and more spun lies and cover-ups
to make you and your administration look good. But there is one thing that you said in your statement that was true. No one should be running for president if they cannot honor military members, their families, as well as veterans. So I guess that means that you should step down, Kamala.
Yeah, so you seen that, you heard that. Now, they've all put out videos, okay, of themselves responding to Kamala Harris. Some of these videos, Trump has quote tweeted over Kamala Harris's tweet. So that's what's happening here, right? This is backfired on Kamala Harris, okay? And you have the mainstream liberal media. They are asking Trump surrogates about this incident, and it's not going well for the media.
Bottom line, though, I guess, Senator, is it ever appropriate to make campaign content at military grave sites?
Who didn't take campaign photos there? These families, Gold Star families, whose children died because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's incompetence, invited him to the cemetery, and they asked him to take those photos because, as they told me yesterday when I spoke to Kelly Barnett and Darren Hoover, the parents of Taylor Hoover, who has Arkansas ties, they don't get to go to the beach on Labor Day. They don't get to have barbecues. This is their one chance to have a memory of their children, to commemorate their service and to honor their sacrifice. They wanted President Trump there. They wanted to take those photos. You know who the families also invited? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Where were they? Joe Biden was sitting at a beach. Kamala Harris was sitting at her mansion in Washington, D.C. She was 4 miles away, 10 minutes. She could have gone to the cemetery and honored the sacrifice of those young men and women, but she hasn't. She never has spoken to them or taken a meeting with them.
Well, they did meet with them during the dignified transfer. They were with them at the dignified transfer.
Her and Joe Biden's incompetence, those 13 Americans were killed in Afghanistan.
His campaign took photos and video of him in Section 60, where veterans of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan are buried, used it in a campaign video. The Army also says that Trump staffers abruptly pushed aside a cemetery official who tried to enforce Arlington's rules prohibiting political activities. I know you were with Trump at least earlier in that day at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Did you witness the altercation at Section 60?
I was there from the beginning with the laying of the wreaths with the family members, the Gold Star family members, and some of the survivors of that terrorist attack in that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. I was with them at Section 60, and what I saw was a very grave and somber remembrance and honoring of those lives that were lost. And I saw President Trump spending time at the invitation of these Gold Star families with them. He was there for a few hours. I did not see or hear about any kind of altercation until something came out in the news later on. The families were there grieving alongside President Trump, and it was a very special moment to really remember their names, remember their memories, and understand the true cost of war and the consequences of the decisions that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden made in the execution of that withdrawal.
Yeah, and it is very clear that the former president was invited in his personal capacity, as you said, by a family of one of the service members who was killed about 2 years ago during the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
It was 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
3 years
Thank
ago
you. Thank
to
you
the
for
day
correcting
on
me.
August 26th.
Yes, 3 years ago. The question is about the federal law and Arlington's rules that prohibit partisan or political activities at national cemeteries. And the military and also other members of other families who are buried right near there are upset about the campaign filming it and posting the video online. Do you believe that was appropriate?
You know, I checked with the campaign on this question, and they have exchanges with the officials at Arlington Cemetery. They were approved to bring a camera there to document this historic and momentous day that should not be forgotten by any American. And to have a former president there and joining the Gold Star families, I know President Trump wanted to share that with others, especially given the fact that President Biden and Harris, I heard, were invited by some of these family members. They not only didn't come, they didn't even respond to that invitation. And now to have Kamala Harris put this statement out yesterday saying that she stands with these families, she stands with the military and with veterans, you only have to look at the response that came from the Gold Star family statement, given she has not made any effort, not on that 3rd anniversary or any other time, to call them directly to offer her condolences and even apologies for their decisions that led to the loss of their loved ones.
Do you think that the campaign will release that communication that you're talking about? Because the Army is saying very clearly that they broke the rules because it was clearly put out online, pictures, video, meant as a part of his campaign.
I thought they already had. I was informed that they had come to an agreement. They could bring a camera there. And as far as I know, in the public statements I've seen from the Army, is that the matter is closed.
I think the matter is closed about the altercation, alleged altercation, which you didn't see, but I'm not sure it's closed with the idea that they seem to have broken the rules and perhaps even federal law by putting out the campaign video. I want to ask you about...
I just like to say one last thing on this, because I think it's important. And I've seen a lot of the headlines and the stories and the concerns that people are raising about this. But to me, as a soldier and as someone who has been deployed to different war zones in the world, and I have friends who are buried there at Section 60, what is more outrageous to me is that there wasn't universal coverage of the momentous day of the 3rd anniversary of the loss of these 13 Gold Star families, and the outrage that they feel that their loved ones are not getting the kind of coverage and memory that their great sacrifice deserves. That is what everyone should be outraged about.
Well, yeah, we have covered the horrible events 3 years ago, and I've done so several times. Over and over again. So I appreciate you also talking about their memories, because it is important.
Yeah, so you seen that, you heard that. I love that exchange between Tulsi and Dana Bash. And the reason why is because you can clearly see how Dana Bash operates differently when she's dealing with somebody that is pro-Trump versus a Democrat, right? You see how Dana Bash, at the end of everything that she was saying, she tried to get in some little correction or some little rebuttal, right, on behalf of the Democrats and their agenda to smear Trump, right? She wasn't doing that in the Kamala Harris interview. Everything that Kamala said, like, Dana Bash wasn't sticking her opinion in or rebutting Kamala Harris after everything that she said the same way that they do with Republicans, okay, or people that are pro-Trump. This is what they do all the time. And this backfired on Kristen Welker, who tried to do it to Tom Cotton by basically saying that Kamala Harris was at the dignified transfer of the fallen soldiers, when that was not correct, right? They had to put out this correction. They said on our broadcast this morning, we incorrectly implied, no, she didn't imply, she said that both Biden and Kamala Harris were there. They attended the dignified transfer, even though Biden was there, but Kamala Harris was not. Okay, so Tom Cotton was right, and Kristen Welker, because she's a Democrat propagandist as well too, she was bending over backwards to try to interject, okay, and to throw her fact check in there, because this is what they want to do with Republicans all the time, right? They're trying to rebut Republicans instead of listening, okay? And Kristen Welker got caught, okay? She got caught slipping. But I love what Tulsi said there at the end, which is kind of the whole point of all this, which is that the liberal media is pretending like they care about the so-called disrespect, okay, that Trump was showing by filming the event. And they spent more time outraging over this on the anniversary of what happened, okay, the Afghanistan withdrawal, than actually talking about what happened that day, right? And having a real conversation about our fallen service members, okay, and how/why they lost their lives, right? The reason why they don't do that is because they know that it reflects badly on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? But these people are pretending as if they're so offended by President Trump taking pictures after being invited by these families to honor our fallen U.S. service members. They're more offended by that than the fact that they lost their lives in the first place. And that's what's wrong with the media. That's what's wrong with the media. These people are more outraged by this than they are about what actually happened. It's insane. It really is. But honestly, I don't know why Kamala Harris decided to participate in this attack, right? I mean, this just is not a good look for her, right? You're already hurting with the military community because of your VP, okay? So now you decide that you're going to piss off the Gold Star families because you want to join in on this cheap attack to distract from Tim Walz and his stolen valor? Yeah, this is a bad move, right? This is a terrible move by the Kamala campaign, right? I'm not sure who signed off on this, who thought this was a good idea. Yeah, let's piss off even more veterans, right? Let's piss off even more military families by joining in on this attack, right? Again, it's silly. It's nonsense. She only felt emboldened enough to do this because the mainstream liberal media was doing it, and she said, okay, well, I'm going to join in on this, right? This is what they do. But it backfired because these Gold Star families are now mad at Kamala Harris, as they should be, because they're exposing her in the lack of empathy that she has shown them throughout this whole process, right? You can't pretend like you care about our U.S. service members and the families that have lost loved ones when you don't show it, right, in your own actions. And we have testimony from Gold Star families saying, yeah, Kamala Harris doesn't care about us. So you out here talking about Trump disrespecting our fallen U.S. service members when you are disrespecting them and their families, right? According to the families, okay? They're accusing you of what you're accusing Trump of doing. And they're siding with President Trump. Yeah, this is not a good move. But again, this is what happens when your head gets too big, right? The media blows up your head and they think that, oh yeah, well, we could just attack Trump on anything, right? Let's have this battle, right? Let's actually piss off the Gold Star families. Yeah, that's a great idea for the Kamala campaign. Yeah, she really stepped in it. And I think that this is just going to hurt her even more in some of these military heavy states. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Salute, fam.
Here about the backlash that is coming. So there are a number of people that are speaking out right now. I know we have TYT meltdown. That's a big deal too as well. That's a part of this story. But a lot of people are speaking out after they saw the interview with Kamala Harris. And we're going to start with Chris Smalls. So everybody remembers Chris Smalls. He organized the union at Amazon warehouse in New York. Chris Smalls has been very vocal about this. And this is what he said after the interview last night. Kamala telling y'all last night that she would consider having a Republican in her cabinet. Basically, she wants part of that Project 2025. Pay attention. Listen to this. This is interesting. Kamala pay attention. And her answers were weak as fuck. We deserve better. That's Christian Smalls, who has come out and has support Democrat politicians numerous times. Christian Smalls has been very vocal about, calling out the genocide in Gaza and not just settling for whatever. So he's been very vocal about this. He's one of them. And then we're going to get into TYT because they had some things to say. Cenk Uygur and Anna had some things to say about Kamala's interview. And let's just get into it. Here's part of the meltdown, because again, Kamala is not doing what they wanted her to do. And she's definitely not being as progressive as they wanted her to be as well. She's moving to the right. Listen to this.
So she, starts off answering that question by focusing on climate policy, and she says that her values have not changed. What did you make of that answer, Jane?
Yeah, it's a good, savvy answer that's not really true. So look, guys, politicians change their policies based on the times. So is Kamala Harris a very standard politician? Yes. Did she say that she was for Medicare for all, whether she believed it or not, when she thought it was popular in 2020? So has she changed it because of that? Yes, definitely. So what's your value? Is it universal healthcare or not universal healthcare? Which one is it? So the reality is, if you're gonna go with that line of talking points, then you've got to come back and say why your value is the same about universal healthcare and then when and how you're going to get it. Not, I'm not in favor of it anymore. So I don't really believe her. By the way, Anna, I think the optics of the double interview with her and Tim Walz is terrible.
Yeah, and people are getting on our case for, in my opinion, just stating the obvious. People will argue, well, no, it's commonplace for every presidential ticket to have a sit-down interview with both individuals involved. That is true. That is a tradition. In a situation in which the front runner, right, the top of the ticket, in this case it would be Kamala Harris, actually gave other sit-down interviews on her own by herself.
Yeah, look, guys.
Right, to that point, this is something I was calling out last night, you guys. That's the thing. Typically, when Obama ran, he had his own interviews, solo interviews by himself before Joe Biden joined him with those interviews. Same thing when Donald Trump ran, is the same thing when Joe Biden ran for president, right? Kamala joined him later on, but to do the first interview with Tim Walz, it makes it look like you're afraid to stand on your own. And we know she hasn't performed as well in interviews in the past. But it doesn't send a message to people that you're ready to be president. It sends a message to people that you have to lean on Tim Walz to get through this first interview. So no, that was not a good look.
Just know this going forward for today and for the rest of the election coverage. I'm not interested in blue or red MAGA. I'm not interested in dealing with your emotional needs, okay? So people may do double interviews. Trump and Vance did one. I tore it apart, right? But is that when you're looking for the main interview, the first interview she's going to do after all this hype about how she's not doing interviews, then she uses Tim Walz as a crutch. It doesn't look good for Kamala Harris.
Thank you.
And by the way, if you're blue MAGA, do you understand that when you say, hey, things could be better if she did it this way, that's not trying to hurt her. That's trying to help her. Like, hey, but if you want to say, hey, do it the dumb way. Oh, I bet that'll help. Whichever way's the dumbest way that's going to cost her votes, please do it that way. As long as she said it, oh, rah, rah, rah. Your rah-rahs do not help. Objective reality and how to win an election helps, okay? If you think that's bad, wait till you get a load of what I'm going to say about red MAGA later in the show.
So yesterday or last night after the interview, people were melting down like online, and there is a such thing called constructive criticism. And I do feel like people were getting angry because there were commentators that were giving Kamala Harris constructive criticism, and blue MAGA just came out and was like, what do you expect her to do? I mean, she's just one person. She's a human being. People can make mistakes, What did you expect from her? Leave her alone. I'm just like, yikes. You guys are like in a cult. I said the same thing of people like constantly defend everything that Trump does instead of accepting and being open to that constructive criticism. That becomes cult-like to me, right? And no one is above criticism. No one is above feedback. And that's something that really should help you. But people lost it last night. Like after people were critiquing her interview, people like lost their freaking minds. And yes, I think that there is something to be said for that, especially if you want to be the first female president. You have to show people that you can stand on your own. So all of the male presidents have done that. You have to show people that you can stand on your own. And I did not see that from Kamala Harris last night.
So we do the truth here. Now, when you look at the optics of it, now that you can see it with your own eyes, it was always a bad idea. But now she looks like she's at the kids' table. Walz's chair is so much higher. That's an awkward table. Dana Bash is facing Tim Walz. Kamala Harris should be looking strong and in charge. Yep. Instead, she looks like she's at the side of the table, side of the conversation. It makes her look weaker, not stronger. Please just stop cheerleading for whoever's in charge because you think that helps. It doesn't. Use independent judgment.
Speaking of independent, this election, if you are a hardcore partisan, is not about you. I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but you're not the important one in this election. Electorally speaking, you're actually pretty irrelevant. Every move that Donald Trump makes, every move that Kamala Harris makes is meant to attract the swing voters, the independent voters. So you have to think in that regard whenever you're judging whether or not the candidate that you prefer is performing well. It's not about performing well for you as a hardcore partisan. You've already made up your mind. The election comes down to a tiny sliver of independent voters who have not made up their minds yet.
Yeah, look guys, to that point, and again, I'm gonna keep breaking hearts here, but it's
So he says he's going to keep breaking hearts because the reality is Cenk Uygur and Anna were pretty excited when Biden stepped out of the race and Kamala Harris was the new nominee for the Democratic Party. They were pretty excited about that. They were like, okay, great. Now all she has to do is differentiate herself, explain to people how she's different from Biden. They had believed that she would be different on Gaza. And then obviously we all know that wasn't true. I never believed that though. But they had believed that she would be different in that respect. They believed that, she's going to be more progressive. They were one of the ones that were calling her progressive, by the way. So they were excited when Kamala announced. And so now it almost kind of feels like they're melting down a bit because it's not just the interview, it's everything else that has come along with it. It's the Israel issue, right? It's what she said about Gaza, not being willing to not give weapons to Israel. It's that because they believed that she was going to be further to the left on that issue, and that was not the case. I don't know why people thought that, because if you would have just followed the money, you would have known that was not the case. If you want to know how a candidate is going to perform about a particular issue, all you have to do is look at who their donors are, and that answers the question for you. So if you know if she's getting money from the Israeli lobby, you already know where she's going to be on that issue, right? So now they're melting down because they kind of pumped up their audience to believe that, like, hey, we kind of got something here. Like, we have joy and momentum again, and we think we can get this done with Kamala Harris, and she's going to be so much better than Joe Biden. And that interview happened and things just came crashing down.
So I'll start with Red MAGA in this case. They think like, yeah, we insult her and her sex habits and call her a slut. Yeah, all my friends love it. Yeah, good luck with that strategy.
Exactly.
Right? But
Terrible
that's not going to get you any independent voters, you knuckleheads.
Exactly.
Okay, so now on Blue MAGA, it doesn't matter what Kamala Harris says. This was even more true of Joe Biden, right? Oh, yes, queen. Oh, she's so great. Oh, everything she does is great. Okay, yeah, if you're a Democratic voter who's like, thought Biden was amazing, you'll believe anything. But the election isn't, to Anna's point, going to be decided by you. We already know how you're going to vote. And independents don't think she's the ass queen, right? That's why right now she's losing. It's by a tiny amount, but she is losing in the swing states. So you're not helping with all the Yaz Queen nonsense.
I totally agree with you. Okay, so look, the only thing I'll say about her statement about the Green New Deal, look, it was broad. It was.
Oh, y'all, they've been talking about the polls lately because she's been losing.
It was a vague statement, and it was intentionally vague. The only thing that was specific was, kind of citing the Inflation Reduction Act and the climate-related provisions within that policy. And I would just say to Kamala Harris, be a little bit careful with piggybacking off of what was accomplished during the Biden presidency or what Biden has proposed himself. So this year he put out his own economic proposals, and Kamala Harris just kind of tacitly co-signed onto those policies without considering that, well, maybe those policies, some of them might not be very popular. And we're going to get to that later on in the show. But let's move on to the next clip that we have from this interview with Dan.
1 second, and then we'll fast forward. Thank you so much, JB. One thing I want to add to that as well. The reason why she's piggybacking off of Joe Biden's policies is because she doesn't really have any of her own. And that's another thing, like that interview last night, what did you get from that discussion last night? Except for we know how she'll be with Israel and Gaza. She made that very clear. But did you get an idea of what her policies are going to be if she wins? Did you get an idea of that at all? Did you walk away with, other than Israel and Gaza, did you get any idea of what Kamala Harris's plan is for America? Right? So something to think about. We're going to fast forward to this part here. Yeah.
Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed.
So she's, putting out a pretty, I wouldn't say conservative message on immigration, but certainly a little more hardcore on stopping undocumented immigrants from entering the country, stopping human smuggling, stopping drug trafficking, all of that. I personally think that is a good message, but I'm curious what you think, Cenk. And do you think that this is a value that has also shifted?
So she's in a super tough spot here because they blew it on immigration for a long time. And this one's inarguable because not only the numbers go sky high, we saw the numbers, don't argue with numbers. You sound like MAGA if you argue with numbers. But now it's come down a little bit. But one, they got stuck with that. And two, now their response is, oh, we're gonna do Trump's policy. It's not a great look anyway you cut it. So she doesn't have a good answer here. So in that context, the answer she gave is fine. Mm-hmm. She's pointing out her previous good work on the border as a prosecutor, et cetera. And she went after some of the worst people who crossed the border. And she's saying, look, I still believe that. A lot of people won't be satisfied with that answer because of what we saw in the last 4 years and et cetera. But it's as good an answer as she can give. So I don't mind it.
Yeah, and I think that she messaged on immigration a little more successfully during her DNC speech. And because she focused on, look, we need a pathway to citizenship. And I agree with that. I mean, our immigration system is broken and it's incredibly difficult to enter the country and become a citizen legally. And so focusing on that is important, but also communicating that you're not just gonna allow the type of situation we had in the country, last December, for instance, where the border was out of control. Remember, guys, Biden actually did implement an executive order after Donald Trump crushed the Senate bill that was seeking to reform immigration, right? So Biden's moves, that executive order is what led to a significant decrease in the number of people trying to enter the country illegally. So if she wants to maybe focus on that, that could also be helpful. But this is the one area where I believe her. I actually believe that she does want to do something about immigration.
Yeah, because it would be politically disadvantageous not to do it.
Exactly, yeah.
Everybody say they want to do something about immigration. Let's move on to this part here about the Republican. This part is, I've heard this conversation about immigration since I was a kid. Bill Clinton talked about it. I mean, like Obama, everybody talked about immigration, but they still haven't fixed this problem.
In particular, mine, we got 68 days to go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but I would. I think it's really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
Woo! So I thought that was a fascinating answer. And my response to that would be, well, it depends on who we're talking about and it depends on the position. So if we're talking about a neocon, never Trump Republican as the Secretary of State, that would be a disaster. Okay, that would be an utter disaster. But what do you think about this, Cenk?
Yeah.
So let me show you what TYT is doing, right? So most people that I've spoken to that are on the left took issue with her saying she would put a Republican in her cabinet. And one of the reasons is this. Why is it when a Democrat is running for president, they are asked, would you consider putting a Republican in your cabinet? Would you be willing to work with the Republican Party to get things done, right? But you don't see them ask the Republican candidates, would you be willing to put a Democrat in your cabinet? And that is because both of these parties, and I said this before, the Democratic Party has moved further to the right. Even when Barack Obama ran, he ran on some of the things he ran on were kind of populist at that time. But once Obama got into office, even he referred to himself as, oh, we'll show you. We'll show you. Let me show you what Jinx says first.
So it definitely depends. Overall, I hate the framing. And so I actually want to go to a couple of members here who made good points, and then I'll explain what I mean. Rainbow Bright said, every time there's a Democrat running for any office, CNN constantly asks about working with the Republicans or putting Republicans in their administration. That's exactly right, right? I love how smart and educated our audience is. So you don't get it the other way around. Like, you don't get the Republicans being browbeat about, are you going to put a Democrat in your administration? Are you going to put one in your cabinet? Nope. Or I mean, imagine the Democrats, the Republicans actually putting a strong Democrat or progressive in their cabinet, let's say a Secretary of Labor to, not to put down labor, but to actually uplift labor. I can't imagine. I literally can't imagine it, right? So, but the Democrats, they get closer and closer to the Republicans all the time. So I hate the framing. Yep. I don't want to talk about Republicans, and I would talk about, name one, give me a good one. I haven't seen any, right? And I'm running against the Republican Party for a good reason, because the Republican Party is against reproductive rights, against all these things that we care about. So I'm not going to when the Democrats win the election, I don't have to appease Republicans. Now, look, you're a president for everyone. That's a different thing. That's about the voters and not these politicians. 10-714.
We'll go ahead and pause there. But yeah, you could tell there's other videos they have too, where they were kind of flustered about the way that interview went, but they're not alone. But to the Republican point, right? Remember Barack Obama said this. Oh, we're going back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going way back.
The truth of the matter is that my policies are so mainstream that, if I had said the same policies that I have back in the 1980s, I'd be considered a moderate Republican. I mean, what I believe in is a tax system that's fair. I don't think government can solve every problem. I think that we should make sure that we're helping young people go to school. We should make sure that our government is building good roads and bridges and hospitals and airports so that we have a good infrastructure. I do believe that it makes sense that everybody in America, as rich as this country is, shouldn't go bankrupt because they get sick. So the things I believe in are things that I think most of your viewers believe in.
A little bit of a flashback for you there, guys, when Obama said that he was more like a moderate Republican, right? But when he was running for office, he was talking about hope and change and yes, we can, but no, he was just, standard. He was standard. He said the things that people needed to hear in order for him to win. Now, sure, Michael, we're going over to CNN, right? CNN. Here's others who took issue. Now, sure, Michael, I believe, is conservative, but we're seeing this across the board. And then we're going to get to what Breaking Point said. People who took issue with some of the things that she said during the interview. Listen to what Sure Michael says here.
Sense in parts of America that there's a cultural antagonism against people who live in places where fracking is an issue that matters. So yes, it's about, whether or not, she cares about people like you, but I think this is a proxy for that.
I mean, it's thousands of jobs for people who live in Pennsylvania. And when you say that you support the Green New Deal, but you also support fracking, those two ideals are not consistent. The end result of supporting the Green New Deal is to end fossil fuels. You can't say I support this, but also, by the way, you can have your fracking too. And so for people in Pennsylvania, those skeptical folks that are in the middle, that 5% that may determine which way that state goes, they're going to look at that and they're going to say, well, is this political pandering? Is this political expediency? Is the vice president saying whatever she needs to say to potentially win, but she doesn't believe it? And we weren't clear. She did not give a clear or decisive answer in that regard.
I don't make sense.
So, and this is what I was saying last night. I'm like, well, no, there are some things you can't both sides. And you can't both sides the Green New Deal. You can't say I support the Green New Deal, but at the same time, I would not ban fracking. That goes against what's in the Green New Deal. So they're calling that out there on CNN. And now we get to breaking points. Now, remember that Crystal and Ryan, again, like Cenk and Anna, Jesus Christ. I'm telling you, I got to get out of Boston. I got to get out of here, man. I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm starting to lose certain consonants. Anyway, like Cenk and Anna, Crystal and Ryan, they too were a little bit more excited when it was Kamala that was announced as the Democrat nominee instead of Joe Biden. And they believe that she would be better on some of these issues. So I want you to hear what they had to say.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, I cast the tie-breaking vote that actually increased leases for fracking as vice president. So I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it now?
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking.
So there you go. That's part one. There's 3 parts here that we want to get through. But what do you make of that fracking exchange, Ryan? It's pretty slippery. It's pretty slippery.
It's just tough because the honest answer is I was pandering to the Sunrise Movement and the youth vote, trying to win the Democratic nomination for president in a period where the left was ascendant.
Right.
There it is, right there. Did everybody hear that? That's the real answer, because she was pandering to the left that was part of the Sunrise Movement. That's the truth. That's the real answer. But obviously, she's not going to say that.
I failed at that. And now I'm doing a different political thing.
Right.
So I think if you're not going to be honest about it, like the best approach would be, if you had to clearly they workshop, like, all right, how do we answer this and not sound like complete frauds?
Right.
To say, okay, look, at the time I thought you needed to ban fracking in order to confront climate change, but now I think you can actually confront climate change without banning fracking. Now, that's a lie. It's blah, 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 blah. But like, I guess that's the best you can come up with. I don't know how if you were Kamala Harris, without saying I was lying because I was pandering to youth voters, like how would you?
I mean, I guess you could frame pandering in a positive light of like, I'm responding to what voters want, right? And at the time, voters were saying, we want you to ban fracking. Sorry, the dog is in here now. She's moving everything. So you could frame pandering as like being responsive to the will of voters. But no, I think that saying my values are the same, but new information, I realize that we can now do this without banning fracking, I think probably is the best that you can do. And I mean,
which would be a lie, which would ultimately be a lie. But what we had from Kamala Harris, to their point, is pandering. That's what Kamala was doing. She was just basically like saying things that she knew certain groups would approve of to get their support. I don't even know what Kamala actually believes, other than I'll give her this. I think that she's serious when she says she cares about, women. She cares about women's rights and stuff. I believe her on that. I believe she's serious about caring about crime because she was notorious for locking people up, particularly Black men, locking them up, and Black parents. So I believe that. Other than that, I don't know what Kamala Harris stands for. And it has to be something other than forward. We're not going back to this whole Obama style routine again, where you just put a word under someone's name that says something like hope, and people are just supposed to assume that's going to be the thing. Like, what does she stand for? Like, I can tell you, I can say, I know exactly what Jill Stein stands for. I don't have to ask that question. I don't have to say, what does Jill Stein, what is she about? What does she believe? What has she been fighting for decades? What is she, I don't have to ask that question. With Kamala, I have to ask. You should never have to ask, folks. Never have to ask.
Fair to say that
is that I would like to win the election.
Right.
And that hasn't changed.
True. True. I mean, I think she could fairly claim that, like, technological developments are changing what's possible, blah, blah, blah. But the part that to me came off as the most weaselly is when she said something like, in 2020, I stood on the stage and said I would not ban fracking or something like that. And Dana immediately is like, yeah, but 3 minutes before that, you were saying the polar opposite, which is kind of the point here. So there's no real wiggling out of this. And she comes back because this is not the only position that she's changed, obviously.
Right. She ran as Bernie in 2019.
Yeah, for a while. And then also, she starts off supporting Medicare for all because she thinks that's the thing. Then she gets donor pushback. Then she moved off of that even at the time. So, so in any case, I think
her argument was, I flip-flopped on this 4 years ago.
Right. Yeah, I've long flip-flopped on that. I moved off this a long time ago. Why are you still bugging me about it?
Yeah.
Now, I think one other thing that I'll say is there is a lot of justified criticism of Kamala Harris, just very clearly shifting her positions depending on what she thinks is advantageous. We were talking about Trump earlier on abortion. Like, he does the same thing, even perhaps even more shamelessly, because is there a position on abortion that he hasn't held at this point?
Right. Not yet.
From Planned Parenthood supporter.
Okay, and then we're going to go forward to the Israel piece, because I want you to hear what they say about the Israel part. Oh, is that the immigration? Hold on. I want to make sure I get to the right part. I'm going to deal with the, we talked about the border. I just want to make sure I'm at the right part. Oh, the racial attacks. I told you what I had to say about that. Here we go, right here. Israel, because they do comment about this too.
In Gaza, he's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7th. 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end. In the meantime, and we must get a deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at the significance of this to the families, to the people who are living in that region, a deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8th to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution where Israel is secure and in equal measure, the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
She's basically repeating, and I already covered this last night, so I'm not going to go over that again, but she basically repeated the same things that Obama was saying years ago. Working towards a two-state solution, give the Palestinian people self-determination. That's why I said, again, who is Kamala Harris? What does she believe? What does she stand for? Because she's just repeating other people's talking points. I don't even know if she really believed this on this issue or not. I really don't. But we pointed out last night, she's still continuing that lie about October 7th, about sexual assault on October 7th, that has been debunked multiple times. And even Ryan Grimm is going to call that out because the Gray Zone, Electric Intifada, there have been multiple news outlets that debunked that story. And she's still repeating that. And that is on purpose, ladies and gentlemen. They repeat it so that it'll sink into people's heads so that you will believe it. But it has been debunked multiple times. And you never, till this day, Kamala Harris has not said anything about the sexual assault of the Palestinians and the Palestinian detention center, which has been recorded on video. She has said nothing about the sexual assault of the Palestinians. You think she don't know about that? I'm sure that she does. But it's very, very clear when you listen to Kamala Harris speak during that interview, it was very scripted. It seemed like it was rehearsed. Again, nobody really understands who this woman is. Who are you? Who are you? What do you believe? Stop repeating Obama's talking points. Stop repeating. Like, it sounds like AIPAC sent you a script and you read from it. Who are you? So listen to how they debunk this.
Your thoughts, Ryan?
Well, Dana said some weapons. I know maybe Harris didn't even pick up on that.
Yeah, she didn't even say like completely weapon.
She just said some weapons. Like
right.
The Biden administration has even said that they would restrict some weapons, like the 2,000-pound bombs used for offensive purposes. It seems like Harris. Point. People keep saying that Harris is better rhetorically and more empathetic. Where's the empathy there? Like when you're actually not even standing by the tiniest of concessions that the Biden administration, her administration, has made. Seems like she very clearly wants to just. You say she unequivocally, unconditionally, whatever, supports Israel's right to defend itself. Whereas even Biden would say, well, maybe the 2,000-pound bombs dropped on refugee camps, we're not gonna allow that. Or
see, that's a good point that I did miss. That Dana said some of the weapons. Dana didn't say the weapons or all the weapons. She said just some of them. And Kamala's not even willing to say, well, no, I'm not even going to condition some of them, which means that would mean not conditioning cluster bombs, which I explained to you guys what it means to have a cluster bomb. Cluster bomb means that it's not a specific target. That type of bomb can just go like into multiple clusters all over. So those are pretty dangerous. I know Biden was approving some of those to Zelensky a couple of months ago. But those are a big no-no, like our cluster bombs. So I'm glad that he pointed that out because I didn't catch that last night when we watched that. She said some of them. So she's not even willing to do some of them.
At least we won't allow it for like a 2-week pause period.
Well, that's such a great point that she could have really leaned into. I mean, it's kind of bullshit because they ultimately released those weapons, whatever, right? And have given Israel ultimately everything Israel could possibly want and more. But it is enough of a fig leaf to allow her to create some sense of separation, at least from the Biden administration, by leaning into that. Listen, we did this with the Biden, with Joe Biden. We said this is unacceptable, and we did withhold it. And I would keep that option on the table. So there was a way to say this with, there's such concern on this one issue. There's such concern about a clear break with the Biden policy. There's no concern on that and on literally any other issue, but she clearly feels like, or, also maybe just ideologically believes or feels that that's less likely because I don't think she has ideological beliefs, but she feels this is where the pressure is, as she needs to prove how committed to Israel she is. And she doesn't feel as much pressure from the left for whatever reason, whatever political calculus she's doing, which by the way, I think is foolish when you look at the polls.
Right.
But yeah, on this one issue, she feels like, I have to just stay lockstep with the Biden administration, not show any sort of, distance. And I think that's an excuse. Like, I see people making that excuse for her. I think that's kind of a bullshit excuse.
And when Dana Bash says that this is what.
Pause for a second. The majority of the party, the majority of Democrat, the majority want, it's 61% that say stop sending the weapons to Israel. 61% of Americans, the poll that I saw recently. So this idea that it's just progressives that want that to happen, that's BS. And Dana Bash knows that. But Dana Bash herself, along with Wolf Blitzer, you got to keep in mind, again, she's very pro-Israel. She has also continued to repeat that lie about sexual assault on October 7th because she's in that Zionist camp too. So this is why it just, when Crystal said, I don't think Kamala has an ideology, I don't think she does either. That's what I'm saying. Like, who is she? Who is Kamala Harris? What does Kamala Harris want? What does she believe in?
Yeah.
What do you believe in, Kamala? Like, I shouldn't have to ask these questions. Even with Obama, we knew. Obama told us who he was, what he wanted, what did he believe. What do you believe in? It just feels like she's just propped up. Like Kamala Harris is just propped up, running on no substance, just an empty suit.
The progressive left wants you to do. It's true that the progressive left wants you to do that, but so does more than 60% of the country.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right.
Approval for Biden's Israel policy is in the 20s. He's less popular on his Israel policy than he is on his approach to inflation and immigration.
Right. That's right. That's exactly right.
And breaking with him would be a political benefit. And then she leans in to the mass rape claim because she understands that there's absolutely no consequences, for saying that, despite the fact that there is not yet evidence of that being the case.
Right.
In fact, Israel's so desperate to produce some evidence. I don't know if you saw this last week.
I did. Yeah.
This Facebook group produced a letter that we now have confirmed is a complete hoax.
Yep.
Making up like the most horrific things. And, it spent a week getting shared by prominent journalists. And then the admission that it was actually a hoax was just, quietly.
It just gets buried.
Announced. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, on the contrary, we have seen on camera IDF soldiers gang raping a Palestinian prisoner.
Right.
And that somehow
dozens of cases confirmed by Human Rights
organizations.
B'Tselem. Yeah.
So we have lots of documented evidence of systematized sexual assault of Palestinians who are being held in this, prison concentration camp. So bad that even the Israelis felt like, oh, we got to at least pretend like we might prosecute some of these guys, and then come under massive, pressure and huge backlash from their own citizenry. But that somehow.
But even they were just kind of like, and again, they seemed to be pretty excited when she first, announced. They seemed to be pretty excited about it, but now they're also kind of just like, whoa, what is happening here? This is not what we thought it was going to be like with Kamala. And even this gentleman here, we're starting to see it. It's all over the place. Carlos Maza says the Kamala is brat stuff was fine while it lasted, but a genocide enabler isn't getting my vote. Yeah, there it is right there. The uncommitted movement. The vice president's statement was morally indefensible and politically short-sighted as the lack of American consequences for Netanyahu's horrific assault on Palestinian civilians in Gaza has emboldened Israel to now invade the West Bank. Vice President Harris must turn the page from one of the most glaring foreign policy failures of our time by aligning with the American majority that opposes sending weapons to Israel's assault on Gaza. Now, to this movement, I said, you guys, this is ridiculous. And it's not everyone that's a part of the movement, but in particular, the co-founders of the movement that are DNC delegates, they not really being serious about not supporting Kamala Harris, because this woman then told you, and they're pointing out the interview here where she said that she would not stop, obviously, sending weapons to Israel. And they're still saying, begging her, you have to not do this. No, she really doesn't have to do anything. And when she told you in private that she was interested in doing it, she was just playing you. That was just her way to keep you quiet and to get you on out of the way. Publicly, she let everybody know exactly what she plans to do. So at this point, my question to the uncommitted movement is, and if she does not, what are you going to do? Because the reality is you already endorsed her. I'm willing to believe at least those co-founders are going to continue to vote Democrat anyway. You're still going to vote for Kamala Harris. So unless you're sitting up there saying that you are going to do something different. This begging and pleading and the Keith Sweat vibes and the Boys to Men like vibes is really making me feel some kind of way. And I'm starting to think those co-founders of that movement just want a lot of attention. I'm starting to think you guys just want to be on camera because I'm popping up. I'm seeing you popping up on every other show talking about please, 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 sounding like a broken love song. But you have not yet said what you are willing to do if you do not get this concession. The Abandon Harris movement, however, has said what they're going to do. They've already said, we're not supporting you. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised come November. But you guys are not willing to do that because they were never serious about not supporting the Democratic Party in the end. Does everybody understand this? I said this from day one. What do you mean this movement through the primary? What do you mean I'm not going to support you in the primary? This administration killed thousands of your people, and you're sitting up here saying, I'm not going to support you in the primary, but if you stop the weapons and the ceasefire, you do the ceasefire now, I'll still vote for you in the general. Get out of here, fam. Get out of here. There was never no other plan. There was no plan B. So if you were still going to support the Democratic Party, you were still going to support the ticket, this was a waste of time. And you would have been better off building a coalition with the Abandon Harris movement who said, no, we are not supporting you, period. That's what you would have been better off doing. But they're not getting a lot of attention. They're not on all these different talk shows. They're not on Good Morning America. Every day I turn around, I'm seeing another co-founder from the Uncommitted movement on another freaking show. Abandon Harris isn't getting that attention because they did not endorse Kamala Harris. You guys endorsed her and you didn't even get anything. You got played. You bought a ticket from a scalper that's not going to get you into the game. So unless you're willing to say, if you don't do this, Kamala Harris, we're going to support Jill Stein. If you don't do this, we're going to support the couch. If you don't do this, we're not going to vote for you. I think you just need to fall back. That's how I feel right now. This is ridiculous. This is absolute, all this begging and crying and what, I can't grow some balls and tell her you're not going to support her, period. But you got DNC delegates that are part of that movement. So they trying to stay within that. They still want to be a part of that bubble. Not to mention, one of them is Rashida Tlaib's sister. So as I said before, if you guys really serious about this, leave the freaking party. There were over 100,000 people in Michigan that voted uncommitted during the primary. And I'm pretty sure those two co-founders don't speak for everyone that's a part of that movement. I know because I interviewed one of them on the show who made it clear that they don't speak for the rest of them. The backlash that Kamala has received from that interview, coming from people that were excited when she was announced as the nominee, you would think that would wake Kamala Harris's campaign up, but no. You don't have to vote for Kamala or Donald Trump. You can vote for Jill Stein. You can vote for Cornel West. You can vote against genocide.
It has been almost a week since Ukraine lost its first F-16 fighter jet. However, the debate about the nature and causes of the destruction of such a valuable combat aircraft is still ongoing in the West and Ukraine. My friends, let me remind you that Ukraine lost its F-16 fighter jet on August 26, 2024. It happened at 5 a.m. Moscow time, in the sky over Odessa, during a sortie to intercept and destroy Russian cruise and ballistic missiles. Back then, after this incident, the deputy of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mariana Bezeglaya, sharply criticized the country's military department. Moreover, she also accused Ukrainian generals of lying and spreading cheap propaganda. In addition, referring to her own sources in the Ukrainian general staff, she in all seriousness stated that the combat crew of the American Patriot air defense missile system destroyed the F-16 fighter jet. This statement by the Ukrainian politician has the effect of a bombshell in Ukraine and the West. It came so far that even the Air Force commander, Lieutenant General Nikolai Olszczuk, began to accuse Mariana Bezeglaya of betrayal, and even threaten her with imprisonment. However, the loss of such a valuable combat aircraft by the Ukrainian Air Force harmed Lieutenant General Nikolai Olszczuk himself. As it turned out, 3 days after the destruction of the F-16 fighter jet over Odessa, the head of the Kiev regime, Vladimir Zelensky, signed a decree about the dismissal of Lieutenant General Nikolai Olszczuk from the post of commander of the Ukrainian Air Force. In his place, the head of the Kiev regime appointed Lieutenant General Anatoly Krivanoska. As for Mariana Bezeglaya's statement about the destruction of the F-16 fighter jet by the combat crew of the American Patriot air defense missile system, this version is being questioned not only by Ukrainian military experts, but also by numerous representatives of Western analytical centers. Even though the statement of the Ukrainian deputy was recognized as one of the official versions of the crash of an American combat aircraft, many military experts explicitly stated that the F-16 fighter jet was not shot down by the combat crew of the Patriot air defense missile system. Moreover, the investigative team involved in the investigation of the crash of the F-16 fighter jet in Ukraine has already stated that based on the available data, it is unlikely that friendly fire from the American Patriot air defense system was the reason for the destruction of this combat aircraft. The investigative team involved in the investigation explicitly stated that the destruction of the F-16 fighter jet most likely occurred due to other factors. According to this investigative team, Ukraine could have lost the F-16 as a result of a technical malfunction of a combat aircraft, pilot error, or enemy fire from an enemy air defense system or the fighter jet. The popular American edition of the New York Times also added oil to the fire. In particular, this American newspaper, in its article, published statements by two high-ranking U.S. military officials, who directly stated that the F-16 fighter jet was not destroyed by friendly fire from the Patriot air defense missile system in Ukraine. Most likely, these high-ranking American military made a similar statement due to the fact that Western air defense systems located on the territory of Ukraine have the Friendorfo system, thanks to which friendly fire on their own combat aircraft is simply not possible. Against this backdrop, the Turkish press began to vigorously discuss the statement of Turkish intelligence officials, as well as prominent representatives of the intelligence community of this country. In particular, they stated that on August 26, 2024, in the sky over Odessa, an American F-16 fighter was destroyed by a stealthy Russian fifth-generation fighter jet Su-57. According to them, a Russian fighter jet destroyed the F-16 from a record distance of 270 kilometers. Most likely, to destroy the American fighter jet, the Su-57 used an upgraded air-to-air missile R-37M, capable of hitting targets at a distance of up to 400 kilometers. It is reported that the Su-57 destroyed the American F-16 while in the airspace of the Crimea. However, even in this case, enemy air defense systems failed to see the latest Russian fifth-generation fighter jet on their radars. Commenting on what happened in the sky over Odessa, Turkish experts noted that the pilot of the F-16, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Mas, did not even realize that he and his fighter jet were destroyed by the Su-57 from a record distance. The fact that the latest Russian fifth-generation Su-57 fighter jets are actively involved in the fighting in Ukraine is no secret. Earlier, American military experts from the authoritative publication Military Watch called the latest Russian fighter Su-57 the record holder for the range of destruction of enemy aircraft. According to them, Russia is actively using its latest fighters in the Ukrainian conflict, constantly improving their tactical and technical characteristics. American experts have admitted that Ukraine regularly loses its remaining aircraft precisely because of the actions of the latest Russian fifth-generation Su-57 fighter jets. At the same time, experts claim that even the Ukrainian military themselves often do not understand what destroyed their combat aircraft. Very often, Ukrainian aircraft are destroyed at a distance of 200 to 350 kilometers from the combat contact line. In this regard, the Ukrainian General Staff mistakenly thought that Russian long-range air defense systems had destroyed its combat aircraft. According to American experts, the Russian military is also constantly improving the stealth coating of the Su-57. The Americans admitted that the fighting in Ukraine had a very positive effect on the combat capabilities of the latest Russian fighter jet. At the moment, the Su-57 is the world's only fifth-generation fighter jet that not only actively participates in combat operations, but also successfully destroys enemy combat aircraft. Against this backdrop, statements by representatives of Turkish intelligence that it was the Su-57 that destroyed the F-16 in Ukraine appear to be quite grounded and realistic. By the way, the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation has not yet commented on the destruction of the F-16 fighter jet in the sky over Ukraine.
Colonel Davis deep dive on YouTube, and he's joining us on this broadcast. So, Colonel Davis, this is going to be a serious development that has happened, where one of the fighter jets, the F-16 fighter jet that had been supplied by the West, appears to have crashed, and the circumstances leading to its crash at this moment are still not very clear. What's your take on this?
I'm not in the least surprised. I've been arguing that this is a false hope from the beginning. The idea that you can take fighter pilots who were trained in the Soviet system, especially on MiG-29s or the like, and then quickly transition them over to a completely different type of airframe. Not just the language barrier that you mentioned is a big issue, but also the way the aircraft fights, the method with which it's supposed to be employed, the way it was designed to integrate with Western systems and air defense systems, radar systems, etc., none of which the Ukraine side would have, and then do it in a very, very compacted amount of time and think it was going to have success was never a realistic situation. I actually had a retired Air Force general, former F-16 fighter pilot on my show some number of months back when this was first announced, and he had the same comment as someone who knew what it was like to sit in the cockpit of those. what we hear in this first report here probably indicates that the higher probability, despite what is being claimed, is that the aircraft was shot down, because this was one of Ukraine's, apparently from the reports, one of their best pilots that they had, a guy called sign Moonfish. And the thing came in the middle of this Russian attempt to attack the Ukraine side on I think it was on Monday. And, you know, if it was just pilot error or if it was some mechanical problem, then the pilot would simply have ejected and lived. But since the pilot was killed, it makes it appear that the probability is that it was shot down, because it's a very difficult task, especially in a new airframe under fire, to be able to get out of that. So we'll see. We don't have conclusive information yet, but regardless of what actually happened, we should not expect any more, better results from this than what we've seen so far.
You know, it's important, the point that you brought out, that if it was some kind of a pilot error, then the pilot would have ejected and survived. And it looks like possibly, we still do not know, that this aircraft may have been shot down, but it is deeply embarrassing to the United States of America, because the F-16 fighter jets are the best fighter jets that the United States produces, and this is an American manufactured fighter jet which has gone down. Ukraine says that it needs at least 100 F-16 fighter jets to turn things around on the battlefield. Do you think the Americans will reassess this strategy of transferring F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine in the wake of this incident?
Well, I think it's important to understand which models of this F-16 were given over. They were definitely not some of the most modern ones we had, but some of the older versions that we had. Some of the most modern ones with all the upgrades, whatever, have not been given by the United States or our partners. And I just do not see even the platforms themselves being given over in that number, but who's going to fly them? I mean, you had Lindsey Graham in Kiev a week or so ago, openly campaigning to have Western NATO pilots who were F-16 trained to volunteer to fly these airframes, quote, until we get the Ukrainian pilots trained up. So he was admitting even then that they were not yet adequately trained in the numbers, even for the handful of airframes that they've had. And by the way, there are also some credible reports that at least 2 of the F-16s have been destroyed on the ground. So it's not clear at all how many are even still airworthy.
You know, that's interesting. And also, how do you think the Russians would be looking at this development? Everyone knew that this was not going to be a silver bullet, but Ukraine was saying that this is something that could turn things around the battlefield. How do you think the Russians view this?
Yeah, you say everyone says that they knew it wasn't a silver bullet, but did they? Because there were lots of claims that this was going to change the dynamics of the war. Lindsey Graham echoed that again just the other day, that this is going to be a big change. And once we get all these aircraft in the air, it's going to make a difference. But it never was going to, because Russia has significant air defenses that are a legitimate threat to America's top-line aircraft. There's a reason why the Ukraine Air Force hasn't hardly flown any sorties at all from the start of this war, because the Russian tactical air defense systems and the ability to shoot them down is considerably higher than anything the Ukraine side has, as evidenced by the fact that Russian missiles fly almost unimpeded throughout their country. But it doesn't happen on the other side because of the ability of Russia to reach out farther than the Ukraine side can. So it's not going to matter whether there's F-16s, whether there's 6 of them, 100 of them, MiG-29s. It's just not going to matter because they don't have enough, and the Russians do have enough air defense capacity.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Colonel Daniel Davis, for joining us and getting us that perspective there.
Result of Ukraine's incursion into Kursk, the deterioration of the rest of its fighting forces along the actual line of contact, that continues accelerating so quickly that even the Western media is now admitting this, writing extensively about this. It is unanimous. By going into Kursk to humiliate the Russian government, to boost morale, not only has Ukraine accelerated the demise of its own fighting forces are now starting to realize this thus negating the morale boost that this was supposed to achieve in the first place. I will get into all of that here in just a moment. First, I want to take a look at the map. This is liveuamap.com. It is a pro-Ukrainian live map, so keep that in mind when we look at it. As you will see, Russian forces continue pushing westward along the line of contact, particularly here in the Donbas region, west of Donetsk City and at Avdiivka. Again, remember, Avdiivka was the front line at the beginning of this year. Russian forces are now all the way over here, and they continue not only moving westward to Pokrovsk, a very essential logistics hub for Ukraine's military. It is also the gateway toward many other major cities that Russia seeks to move toward and push Ukrainian forces out of. And so one success leads to the other on the battlefield. No matter how Ukraine attempts to dismiss the loss of each and every one of these towns and cities, their accumulated loss builds up to a huge strategic victory for Russia and severe strategic defeat for Ukraine. And the fighting continues all along the line of contact. You can see these icons, these red icons with the flags. This means Russia has taken more territory. This is near Kupiansk. In Kharkov, Russian forces continue to maintain their front here, north of Kharkov city. Of course, we see Ukrainian forces tied up in the Kursk region. They have not significantly expanded their hold on Kursk territory, and Russian forces, these red rifle icons indicate Russian forces are fighting back. They're moving forward and fighting Ukrainian forces back, and it is inevitable that Russia pushes these forces out of Russia. There is no timetable to do this. The longer those Ukrainian forces languish in Kursk, the easier it'll be for Russia to destroy what is left of Ukraine's military along the line of contact. Then they can deal with the Kursk incursion in any way they see fit. They have made peace with the humiliation and morale boost that this has created. And as I'm about to explain to you, this is already deteriorating, falling apart for the Ukrainians, according to the Western media itself. Now let's take a closer look at this salient here, where Russian forces are pushing not just westward, but they're expanding the salient north and south as well. There is a timeline function here. This is showing us information as of August 31st. If we go back to August 25th, my last update, we click on here and we look, we can see that Russian forces from the 25th to the 31st, they have actually expanded this salient as well as moved it westward. And the reason they're doing this is because as they push towards Pokrovsk and the salient extends outward further and further, their flanks become vulnerable. So they need to reinforce and expand their flanks to prevent a counterattack from cutting the salient off and leaving a large amount of Russian forces encircled, isolated and encircled. I will get to that here in just a moment. So let's talk about the Western media. Let's first look at a piece I saw in the Washington Post, this one here, August 30th. What Ukraine's Kursk incursion means for the war with Russia. Ukraine is hoping for an escape to victory. Well, that is not going to happen. That is not going to happen. And this article is talking all about what Ukraine may have hoped to achieve from this incursion into Kursk. And even this article itself is admitting that it is most likely not going to achieve these objectives. So let's just read through it. A few points in this piece. Kiev is hoping for an escape to victory. The audacious August 6th incursion by Ukrainian forces across the border into Russia has consolidated into what appears to be a de facto occupation. Thousands of Ukrainian troops now control hundreds of square miles of Russian territory in the Kursk region, including more than 100 Russian settlements. Again, when they say settlement, they mean a single road with 3 houses on one side and 2 houses on the other side. That is what they're counting as settlements in this 100 Russian settlements that they have captured. They have also captured hundreds of Russian soldiers and blown up bridges that could facilitate the movement of a Russian counterstrike. Well, it also prevents the further advance of Ukrainian troops. So they're basically solidifying this as the full extent of their gains at this point. If they thought they could push further, they would have left the bridges intact. They're blowing up the bridges because they do not want Russian forces counter-attacking. The operation marks the most significant invasion of Russian territory since World War II. This is a big talking point across the Western media, and this is supposed to boost the public relations value of this incursion. Of course, public relations, morale boosts are one thing, actual strategic substance is another. And I think we will see, even at the end of this Washington Post piece, it is admitted that there is no strategic value. As a matter of fact, this is a liability, not an asset to Ukraine's ongoing fight against Russian forces. It was a surprise to both the Kremlin and the White House, this is untrue, with Ukrainian officials opting to keep Western allies in the dark till after they had deployed their forces. Categorically untrue. The CIA runs Ukrainian military intelligence. They have bases, admittedly, they have bases in the very areas the forces preparing for this incursion would have been located. They almost certain were not only aware of this, they were directly involved in organizing it. In remarks earlier this week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky framed their effort as part of a larger scheme to gain leverage over the Kremlin and force a favorable conclusion to the war. Anyone, even casually following this conflict, will be well aware of the fact that Moscow will not negotiate with Ukraine as long as a single inch of Russian territory, pre-2014 Russian territory, is being occupied by Ukrainian forces. I think that is obvious for all to see. So how this could create leverage for Ukraine is a mystery to me. Then it admits an end to hostilities feels rather remote. So they're saying this incursion into Kursk was meant to help Ukraine favorably end the conflict, favorable for Ukraine. But then it admits an end to hostilities feels rather remote. So this is the first realistic thing that they have said so far. Even as Ukraine made inroads into Kursk, Russia turned up the heat on the main front line, pushing further into the industrial Donbas region. I predicted that this would happen. As soon as I saw Ukraine commit thousands and thousands of troops to Kursk, I knew that they did not have thousands of troops to spare, and that they obviously pulled troops off the line of contact. The line of contact was already crumbling at the time, so taking thousands of your best troops and equipment off the front line was only going to make it crumble faster. It was going to accelerate the collapse of Ukraine's actual line of contact with Russian forces. Russian glide bombers are still wreaking havoc in villages and towns across Ukraine, while Russian strikes are systematically targeting Ukraine's energy grid, prompting power cuts and raising fears of what's to come as the winter months approach. The incursion into Kursk has still scored Ukraine a dramatic victory. In what sense? Because in every other way, Ukraine is not just losing the war, their loss of this war is now accelerating precisely because of the Kursk incursion. The article then starts to talk about how the incursion may possibly have diverted Russian forces. It also claims that there's some sort of relief to the glide bombs along the line of contact because Russia needs to concentrate military aviation in Kursk, even though we have had other articles claiming that Russia is not using glide bombs in Kursk. And so these are a lot of things that are simply being said to try to justify the incursion, to try to make it make sense when otherwise it makes no sense. But then the article says to keep up the fight. So they're trying to convince you that on one hand, possibly Russian forces have been diverted. Military aviation is now tied up in Kursk, even though it admits that Russia has turned up the heat in the Donbas region, despite the Kursk incursion. So it is a contradiction. Then it says to keep up the fight, Zelensky and his allies want Western allies to loosen rules on Ukraine using long-range weaponry provided by the West, such as US-provided ATACMS rockets, to hit Russian targets deeper into Russian territory. The Kursk incursion has helped strengthen the argument for such measures. In what way, I wonder? given Russia's stunned, reeling response to the raid and Ukraine's desire to take more of the fight to Russian soil. But if taking the fight to Russian soil is only accelerating the loss of Ukrainian territory and the loss of Ukrainian fighting forces, how is expanding this strategy, how does that benefit Ukraine? It doesn't. After Ukraine's foreign minister went to Brussels for meetings, top EU diplomat Joseph Borrell echoed the argument: the weaponry that we are providing to Ukraine has to have full use, and the restrictions have to be lifted in order for the Ukrainians to be able to target the places where Russia is bombing them. Otherwise, the weaponry is useless, Borrell said. As my colleagues reported, perhaps the Western government now most reluctant to loosen controls is the United States, with the Biden administration nurturing a long-standing wariness of taking the Kremlin up a ladder of dangerous escalation. Other analysts are more skeptical about what Ukraine will gain with added deep strike abilities. In an essay in Foreign Affairs, Stephen Beidel pointed to the limited strategic efficacy of such measures. And this is a quote from the Foreign Affairs piece. Russia's attacks on Ukraine's energy system, if anything, have hardened the Ukrainian will to fight, he wrote. In Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya, too, strategic bombing failed to induce concessions. It took synchronized combinations of air and ground combat to secure Western war aims. Well, that much is true. Long-range strikes alone are not going to win you a war. An air campaign alone is not going to win you the war. You need to use combined arms to win a war, and Ukraine has no ability to do this. They do not have the land power needed to make these long-range strikes make sense. They cannot exploit anything these long-range strikes achieve by then moving in on the ground. This is impossible for Ukraine. It will never be possible for Ukraine. I want to point something else out that the article doesn't mention. Russia also has long-range strike capabilities. They have vastly more missiles and rockets and drones to carry out long-range strikes with, and they have been doing this since the beginning of the special military operation. We have articles in the Western media admitting that Russia is using over 4,000 missiles every single year, and the amount of missiles and drones Russia is using is only increasing. Ukraine is geographically smaller than Russia. Its infrastructure is concentrated in a smaller amount of land, making it easier for a larger number of long-range strike weapons to destroy, to wear it down and destroy it. Russia's infrastructure and industry is spread out over a much greater area. Ukraine has many times fewer weapons to strike at it. How does anyone imagine that allowing deep strikes into Russia is going to make any difference and not simply dilute the already small number of long-range strike weapons Ukraine has? If they can't even use these long-range strike weapons to drive back Russian forces on the line of contact and its logistics immediately behind it, what good is diluting that firepower over a greater area? It makes absolutely no strategic sense. What it does do is raise the cost of a Russian victory. And this is all people like Joseph Borrell care about. They do not care about what happens to Ukraine. By encouraging Ukraine to strike deeper and deeper into Russia means giving up the fight on the front line to an even greater degree and accelerating the collapse of that front line. But by striking deeper and deeper into Russia, perhaps hitting industrial sites, perhaps hitting power production facilities, you raise the cost for a Russian victory. This is all about wearing Russia down as much as possible ahead of the next fight the US and its allies have planned with Russia. They do not care about what happens to Ukraine. That's abundant for all to see at this point. Now, the Washington Post was talking about some sort of morale boost stemming from the incursion into Kursk. Then we have this Financial Times piece published almost the same time as the Washington Post piece. Vladimir Zelensky faces backlash over Russia's breach of eastern defenses. Strategically important Pokrovsk resistance has been weakened by demands of Kursk incursion, say critics. So here's this huge backlash. So the morale boost has now been drowned out by a massive backlash because people realize that the incursion into Kursk is now costing Ukraine the actual line of contact with Russian forces. So let's see what the Financial Times has to say about this backlash. Many Ukrainians celebrated their army's invasion of Kursk on August 6th, hoping the gamble would force Moscow to divert resources to the new front and swing the momentum of the war in Ukraine's favor. This was never going to happen. Anyone with eyes could see this was not going to happen. Generals, military intelligence, everyone involved in planning had access to much more information than even we do. They should have known how unviable this whole proposition was from the very beginning. However, a breach in the front line in the strategically important Donetsk region this week has triggered a backlash against leadership in Kiev, with critics arguing Ukraine's positions were weakened by the redeployment of thousands of battle-hardened Ukrainian troops to the Kursk operation. I warned about this as soon as the Kursk incursion began, that this was going to accelerate the collapse of Ukraine's actual line of contact. Now the Financial Times, citing Ukrainians themselves, they are now admitting that this is what has happened. Russian forces are closing in on the strategically important city of Pokrovsk, taking several nearby towns this week and forcing undermanned Ukrainian units to retreat from prepared defensive positions. It's very important to understand that Ukraine moved into Kursk where there were no hardened defensive positions. There were border guards, there were military forces, conscripts really in these towns, in the area, but there were no serious fortified positions across Kursk. That's what Ukraine moved into and took over. This is entirely different than Russia overtaking hardened fortifications that Ukraine has maintained for years now. Pokrovsk is one of two key rail and road junctions in the Donetsk region, and its loss would threaten the entire region's logistics for Ukraine's military, according to Front Intelligence Insight, a Ukrainian analytical group. Satellite imagery analyzed by open source investigators at the Finland-based Blackbird Group shows Russian forces now just 8 kilometers from Pokrovsk. In response, local authorities have ordered the evacuation of residents in the area. So it's looking quite bad for Pokrovsk and the Ukrainian forces around it, trying to delay Russia's advances, and of course, Ukrainian forces that are going to try to hold Pokrovsk itself. It continues. The article quotes Ukrainian soldiers who claim the collapse around Pokrovsk is happening faster now. Faster, it's accelerating, just as I said it would. In the past 3 weeks, Moscow's forces have quickly captured more than 2,000 towns and villages with minimum resistance, including the long-held stronghold of New York. Rob Lee, a senior fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, attributed the Russian gains to a shortage of experienced Ukrainian infantry and the diversion of resources to the Kursk offensive. Ukraine committed reserves to Kursk, leaving fewer options to plug gaps elsewhere. Some of the more experienced brigades have been replaced by newer, less experienced units, Lee said. The article also says soldiers who were mobilized this summer following the Ukrainian government's new conscription laws meant to fill Kiev's dwindling ranks have been sent into the fray with little training or experience, something else that I had warned about months ago, actually. When talk of Ukraine's renewed or expanded mobilization began, I said that there is no way for Ukraine to properly train these soldiers. It could take up to 6 months to do it, and they're talking about doing it in 3 months or less. This is not enough time to prepare troops to fight effectively along the line of contact. You send these troops to the line of contact, you're going to accelerate the collapse of your fighting capacity because they will die faster, meaning you need to find more troops, send them to the front line faster, which means less training for them, and the process just keeps accelerating each round you do of this process. Financial Times also admits soldiers in artillery units near Pokrovsk also highlighted a deficit in shells and a severe mismatch in firepower compared to Russian forces. Our shells are running out. We just don't have enough, said an artillery commander, noting that many resources had been redirected north to Kursk. For about the past month, his unit has had 1 shell for every 6 to 8 fired by the Russians. The Russian forces, meanwhile, maintain a significant tactical advantage, bolstered by superior aviation and drone capabilities, as well as in artillery. This was something else that I had been talking about for months and months. We continuously heard how there was a funding delay in the United States, and this is what set back Ukrainian forces. Now that the funding delay is over, the flow of arms and ammunition has begun again. The situation on the battlefield was supposed to tilt in Ukraine's favor, and yet here we have Ukrainian soldiers saying they still don't have enough artillery shells. And I said that this was exactly what was going to happen, because even before the funding delay, there were severe critical shortages that were only growing. The West had stockpiles they have exhausted. The West's production of arms and ammunition is not large enough month to month to replace weapons and ammunition faster than Ukraine is using them, and they have no real plan to expand it to make it sufficient. And so this was always going to happen whether there was a funding delay or not. And now we have the Financial Times admitting in black and white, quoting Ukrainian soldiers saying that they are out of artillery shells. They are outgunned, they are being outfought, they are outnumbered. And by sending forces to Kursk, they have only accelerated the process. Now, one thing that is absolutely crucial for Russia at this juncture is to be wary of a counterattack. You have this salient that is growing further westward. Yes, they are strengthening its flanks. We have seen Ukraine move troops around. We have seen Ukraine surprise Russian forces. This is something that Russia has to be very careful about, not to overextend themselves too quickly and make their forces vulnerable to a counterattack. This is where intelligence is paramount. They need to know where Ukrainian forces are and what they are doing, what they are capable of doing, and they need to not assume that everything is working in their favor, become complacent or overconfident. With that said, where else is Western and Ukrainian propaganda crumbling? Well, it's crumbling in the area of wonder weapons. Remember how the F-16 was supposed to turn the tide against Russia? Well, the first US-made F-16 has now been lost. It is a combat loss. The pilot, perhaps even more devastating for Ukraine, the pilot was also killed. This is the Wall Street Journal. Kiev recently received 6 of the planes to boost its fight against Russia, a symbol of US support. Will now scratch 1. They have 5 planes and 5 pilots left. Let's read through it. A Ukrainian pilot was killed in combat when his F-16 jet fighter crashed just weeks after the first of the American-made aircraft arrived in Ukraine, according to US and Ukrainian officials. The pilot, Letsky Mes, died while helping to repel a massive Russian missile attack, the officials said. Initial reports indicate the jet wasn't shot down by enemy fire, US officials said, but it was performing combat missions and it was lost. So it is a combat loss. Kiev hopes the advanced Western aircraft will give its forces an edge on the battlefield. How is this possible? The F-16 is not actually more advanced than any aircraft Russia has in its air force, and they simply do not exist in the numbers. The pilots and the aircraft will never exist in numbers greater than Russia's air force. So how are they going to get any sort of edge on the battlefield with F-16s? They never explain. And they say they want to get this edge, particularly to shoot down incoming Russian missiles and help protect troops on the front lines. But the F-16s, many of which are secondhand and have decades of flying time already, are vulnerable to Russian air defense missiles and present a high-value target for Moscow's forces. U.S. officials have warned about the dangers of sending pilots inexperienced on F-16s into combat. While Mes and other Ukrainian pilots now flying the F-16s are skilled in flying Soviet jets against the Russians, they went through an accelerated training course to learn to operate the American jets. And I warned that this would take years to do properly. They're trying to do it in months. If you try to do something like this in months, it is going to turn out very poorly. You are going to lose aircraft and pilots simply because they are unprepared to do these missions, simply for that fact. Added together to the other dangers that exist even for properly trained pilots, and well-performing aircraft, which they mentioned, air defenses, air-to-air weapons Russia has. The loss of the F-16 is the first of many to come. Many more are going to be lost for a wide range of reasons. This is just like the M777 artillery piece, HIMARS, the Patriot, the Leopard 2, Challenger 2, and M1 Abrams main battle tanks. All of these systems the US and its European allies sent to Ukraine. When the first report of one of these systems being destroyed was made, people were skeptical. They said, how could this possibly be? These are wonder weapons. How could they be destroyed? But if you actually carefully analyze these weapon systems, there's nothing special about them. There's nothing that says they cannot be easily destroyed. The fact that they are not produced in large enough quantities to make any sort of strategic difference guarantees that they're going to be lost in large numbers, and they are not going to turn the tide in the fighting. We have watched this unfold now for 2 going on to 3 years now. The F-16s were not going to be any different than all of these other systems that were promised to be game changers, only to turn out as huge disappointments. So the F-16 has taken its first step on its path toward disappointing all of these people who thought it was going to turn the tide in the fighting. The Wall Street Journal also says Zelensky announced August 4th that the first of 80 promised F-16s had arrived in Ukraine. The Ukrainian Air Force didn't provide numbers, but another US official said 6 aircraft had arrived and Ukraine has 6 pilots trained to fly them. 6 pilots for 6 aircraft. Now 1 pilot and 1 aircraft is gone, so they have 5 aircraft and 5 pilots left. This is not enough to make any kind of difference in any shape, form, or way. Actually, operating such a small number of F-16s is only going to make them that much more vulnerable. So even as a public relations stunt goes, this is turning out very poorly. Then I just saw this article from the BBC. So a huge humiliation to the public relations campaign. Someone has to be made to pay. President Vladimir Zelensky will not, so he simply sacks the Air Force chief following the F-16 crash. This is actually a picture of him paying respects to the lost F-16 pilot. So Zelensky sacks Ukraine Air Force chief after F-16 crash. This was August 31st. The BBC says President Zelensky has sacked the commander of Ukraine's Air Force amid debate over the destruction of one of the country's valuable new F-16 fighter jets. These jets are going to be lost. One after the other, they will be destroyed on the ground. They will be destroyed in the air. They will be destroyed by Russian air defenses, air-to-air weapons. They will also, again, just as I said, crash simply because the pilots are inexperienced and incapable of effectively flying and fighting with these aircraft. Mr. Zelensky did not specify the reason for dismissing Lieutenant General Mykola Oleschuk, but said he had a responsibility to take care of all our warriors. It also says Mr. Zelensky has dismissed several military commanders since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in February 2022. In February this year, he sacked the commander-in-chief of the country's armed forces, Valery Zaluzhny, and in June, he dismissed Lieutenant General Yuri Soto after public criticism of excessive casualties and accusations of incompetence, or I should say, accurate observations regarding excessive casualties and obvious incompetence. Every single aspect of this conflict fought by Ukraine against Russia is a result of incredible incompetence, political and military incompetence. This is a proxy war the US is waging against Russia through Ukraine. Ukraine is seen as fully expendable. So everyone in Ukraine working together with the United States and the rest of NATO to continue fighting ahead in this conflict. They're doing it either knowingly, expending all of Ukraine in the process, or unknowingly. Either way, it bodes very ill for Ukraine. This is another warning to the world of what happens when the United States politically captures your country. Your inability to prevent the United States from capturing your country politically will lead to your nation's destruction, exactly the way Ukraine is being destroyed day by day, day after day, week after week. We have to continue keeping an eye on this. Our ability to understand what has been done and is being done to Ukraine may help us prevent this happening again to another targeted nation or administration around the globe. We have to remember that Ukraine is not the only proxy war the US is waging. It's waging a proxy war against many nations in the Middle East, using Israel as its proxy. It's also creating proxies here in the Asia Pacific region. The administration of Taiwan, the Southeast Asian nation of the Philippines, are being fashioned into Ukraine-style proxies against China. Again, these proxies are meant to be fully expended, fully at the expense of these proxies, to raise the cost for China as high as possible. The more people who are aware of this, the more difficult it will be for the United States to politically capture and coerce these nations toward their own self-destruction. So I will continue keeping an eye on all of this. If you thought this video was useful, please like and share. Think about subscribing. It's free to do. It helps the channel grow. Check the video description below for other places you can find and follow my work. Also in the video description are all of the links that I referenced in this video, as well as for ways you can help support my work. I do not monetize any of my social media platforms. If ads pop up, feel free to skip them. If you do want to help support my work, please
Russia has long been gaining economic benefits by exporting natural gas to Europe. But in recent years, in order to find new markets, they have reached a preliminary agreement with China on a natural gas project in 2021. This large-scale project is expected to invest more than $13 billion and plans to build a 2,600-kilometer natural gas pipeline to directly deliver energy to China. According to the original plan, the project was supposed to start construction this year and is expected to be completed within 4 years. However, recent discussions on the project have become somewhat complicated. Some Western media reported that China seems reluctant to let the pipeline pass through Mongolia, but prefers to choose to bypass Kazakhstan. Obviously, this choice will make the negotiations on the project more tortuous, and it may be difficult to reach an agreement within this year. So the question is, why is China unwilling to let the pipeline pass through Mongolia? In addition, how is the progress of this project now? If you like our video content, please click to subscribe to my YouTube channel so that you can receive all our latest video content. Now, let's get into today's topic. As we all know, natural resources are a major advantage of Russia, especially the natural gas fields on the Siberian plain, which have abundant reserves. In 2011, natural gas production in Siberia accounted for 40% of Russia's total domestic production. However, since the natural gas from Siberia needs to go through a long transportation process before it can be exported, this has brought considerable transportation cost pressure to Russia. Therefore, Russia's attention naturally turned to China, which borders Siberia but has relatively scarce natural gas resources. In order to meet China's growing demand for natural gas, as early as 2015, China and Russia signed a memorandum on the Far East Route natural gas project, planning to build the Siberia 1 natural gas pipeline. This pipeline has begun to transport natural gas to China since 2019. With an annual gas transmission volume of 15 billion cubic meters, and plans to increase this gas transmission volume to 38 billion cubic meters by 2027. Since then, Russia has become one of China's most important natural gas suppliers. However, with the rapid development of China's economy, the demand for natural gas has also increased rapidly. Since 2021, China's natural gas consumption has reached a staggering 390 billion cubic meters, a year-on-year increase of 7.6%. Among them, imports from Russia accounted for about 100 billion cubic meters, equivalent to 33% of total consumption. According to the forecast of the National Energy Administration of China, by 2024, the national natural gas consumption will climb to 420 billion to 425 billion cubic meters, a figure that indicates that the demand in China's natural gas market will continue to grow. But problems also arise. Even if the Siberia #1 natural gas pipeline is fully operational, it is still difficult to fully meet China's huge energy needs. Therefore, China and Russia realized that relying on one pipeline alone is far from enough. So Russia began to plan a more ambitious plan, the Siberia #2 natural gas pipeline. So what is so special about this Siberia #2? As early as 2021, Russia and Mongolia joined hands to invite China to participate in a strategically significant trilateral cooperation project, the Siberia #2 pipeline. The core goal of this project is very clear. That is, to further promote regional cooperation by strengthening the mutually beneficial relationship between the three countries. After receiving the invitation from Russia, China showed great interest and believed that this was an excellent opportunity to promote the common development of the three countries. Immediately afterwards, the Russian Ministry of Energy announced that it would invest up to $13 billion in the Power of Siberia #2 project. According to the plan route of the Power of Siberia #2 pipeline starts from Tyumen, Russia, crosses Mongolia, and finally arrives in the eastern part of China. The entire pipeline is about 2,600 kilometers long, of which the Mongolian section is about 900 kilometers, the Russian section is about 100 kilometers, and the Chinese section is 1,600 kilometers. According to the original plan, the Power of Siberia 2 natural gas pipeline was originally scheduled to be officially started in 2024 and is expected to be completed in 2028. According to this schedule, the pipeline should be put into use around 2030. Once put into operation, Power of Siberia 2 can deliver up to 50 billion cubic meters of natural gas to China every year. When we look at it in the long run, we can find that the Power of Siberia 2 project is a typical win-win situation. For China, the completion of Power of Siberia 2 will greatly enhance the stability of natural gas supply. For Russia, this pipeline means a new export market that can help it respond more flexibly to changes in the global energy market. But it is worth noting that according to the original plan, the construction of the Power of Siberia 2 natural gas pipeline should be officially launched this year. But as of now, there seems to be no definite news about the start of the project. This makes people wonder, what exactly happened in this? Did the project encounter any obstacles? As early as June this year, British media reported that China and Russia were deadlocked in negotiations on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline. The core of the problem lies in the disagreement over price and gas volume. Russia believes that the natural gas price and gas volume proposed by China are not very reasonable. On the other hand, the natural gas price required by China is close to the level in Russia after government subsidies, and the amount China has promised to purchase is relatively small. It is precisely because of these reasons that the negotiations between the two sides were once deadlocked. But it is worth noting that the Western media chose to publish this report on the deadlock less than a month after China and Russia issued a joint statement. Obviously, this is not a coincidence. They tried to create an atmosphere of public opinion of tense Sino-Russian relations through such reports, implying that there are cracks in the strategic cooperation between the two countries. However, is the fact really as they say? According to the information I have collected so far, the failure of the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline project to start smoothly as planned is indeed closely related to some controversial factors. Among them, the core issue is that China has clearly stated that it does not want this natural gas pipeline to pass through Mongolia and then enter China. Why does this problem arise? In the past year, Mongolia's relations with Western countries such as the United States and the United Kingdom have become increasingly close.
and it is even exploring the possibility of bypassing China and Russia and opening flights directly with the United States. In addition, Mongolia is also actively exploring the export of its rich, rare mineral resources to other countries, which naturally has aroused China's high attention and vigilance. In this context, China needs to re-examine the direction of the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline and incorporate these emerging factors into the overall consideration. Of course, Mongolia has always pursued the so-called third neighbor policy, the core goal of which is to balance relations with its 2 major neighbors, China and Russia, while expanding cooperation with other countries. Because of this, Mongolia's role in Sino-Russian relations has become increasingly complicated. But now, the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline is planned to be laid over 900 kilometers in Mongolia, which is a big concern for China. China is obviously worried that this vital energy channel may face the risk of being cut off in the future. Imagine that once Mongolia undergoes major political or diplomatic changes, this pipeline may become a tool for other countries to exert influence, or even directly threaten China's energy security. At this point, you may not be clear about a key issue. That is, the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline may also face high tolls proposed by Mongolia. According to international trade practices, once an energy pipeline passes through the territory of a country, the country usually charges a certain toll. Economic experts analyze that if the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline is put into use as planned in 2030, Mongolia may earn up to $30 million in foreign exchange income through this pipeline each year. For China, the cost of purchasing natural gas each year will also increase costs. What is more noteworthy is that once political friction breaks out between China and Mongolia, Mongolia may take the opportunity to increase tolls, further increasing China's economic burden. In this context, if China relies solely on this natural gas transportation pipeline, it may not only fail to achieve the expected economic benefits, but may even make the huge investment go to waste. I think it is precisely because of such considerations that the negotiations between China and Russia on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline have temporarily come to a standstill. In fact, it is not just in the Power of Siberia 2 project. When reporting on the strategic cooperation between China and Russia, Western media always try their best to sow discord and try to create conflicts between the 2 countries. However, history has proved time and again that such attempts are ultimately futile, and the current situation is no exception. As early as May this year, China proposed a new proposal to Russia, hoping to allow the natural gas pipeline to bypass Mongolia and divert to enter China through Kazakhstan. After several months of consultations, this alternative gradually surfaced. According to the Kazakhstan ambassador to Russia, Russia is planning to build a new natural gas pipeline in the near future. This pipeline will pass through Kazakhstan and eventually transport natural gas to China. Although the specific construction time and natural gas price of this pipeline have not yet been finalized, it is worth noting that the route map of this pipeline has been officially signed. From a geographical point of view, if the pipeline passes through Kazakhstan, its route will be relatively short, which not only greatly reduces the construction cost, but also reduces the difficulty of maintenance. It is worth noting that the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline project of China-Russia cooperation is not only an economic cooperation, but also has important strategic significance. As we all know, oil and natural gas as a strategic resource are vital to every country. Since ancient times, China's oil and natural gas imports have mainly relied on the Middle East and Africa, which almost all need to pass through the Malacca Strait, a major transportation route. However, this channel has huge risks. Imagine that India and the United States have stated many times that once China takes action to unify Taiwan, they will quickly block the routes in the Indian Ocean and the Strait of Malacca, thereby cutting off China's energy supply chain. In addition, the U.S. Navy often holds joint military exercises with India and other so-called allies on a regular basis, which is actually practicing the ability to block the Indian Ocean route. Faced with such threats, China must find a safer channel for energy imports. In this case, if Russia can increase the supply of oil and natural gas, it can greatly reduce China's dependence on the Strait of Malacca and greatly improve the security of China's energy imports. Therefore, the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline is not just an energy transmission pipeline for China, but also a key step to enhance national energy security. So, do you think the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline between China and Russia can be successfully built? To not miss out on our future projects and news updates, please make sure you subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications. We will continue to provide you with more exciting and interesting content.
China is building the world's most ambitious energy project. It's located in one of the most remote areas of the world, and when completed, will tap into the greatest natural energy potential found anywhere on planet Earth. Now, China is no stranger to ambitious engineering projects, and its latest endeavor to build the world's largest hydroelectric dam quite literally will change the way the world looks at energy production. Located deep within the Tibetan Himalayas lies the year-long Tangpu River. This river has the highest elevation of any major river in the world, and as a result, has the highest hydroelectric potential found anywhere on Earth. China has been the most dedicated country in the world to peaking its carbon dioxide emissions before 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality before 2060. As a result, they are looking at this massive opportunity to create 300 billion kilowatt hours of clean, renewable, and zero carbon electricity annually. Not only would it be beneficial for China's green energy goals, but also for the region's prosperity as a whole. Yan Zhiyong, chairman of the Power Construction Corporation, describes the dam's potential. It is more than a hydropower project. It is also meaningful for the environment, national security, living standards, energy, and international cooperation. With a population of over 1.4 billion people, energy security and self-reliance are major priorities for China. Luckily for Beijing, China has the largest amount of hydroelectric energy potential of any country in the world, and is unsurprisingly already the world's largest hydroelectric power producing country. Currently, China has more than 150 dams in operation, with each dam having a generating capacity of at least 300 megawatts. 4 of the world's 6 largest dams are located in China, and together, China's hydroelectric dam network accounts for 14.8% of China's total energy output, ranking it the second largest source of energy in China after coal. China is no stranger to massive infrastructure and engineering projects, and one of the country's most famous endeavors was the Three Gorges Dam located on the Yangtze River in the Hubei province. Although the construction of this dam was quite controversial at the time, mainly due to the displacement of over 1 million people and concerns about the local ecology. But the benefits of the dam almost 2 decades later are undeniable. The dam has been able to temper upstream floods that have been so disastrous to communities along the river for thousands of years. In addition, it plays a pivotal role in preventing downstream droughts. Finally, it has also created a thriving tourism industry for the local area. But most importantly, the dam creates an annual power generation of 100 billion kilowatt hours, making it not only the largest hydroelectric dam in the world, but the largest power plant anywhere in terms of total output. This plant alone provides 2 to 3% of China's total electricity needs and is a vital tool to meet the growing energy demands of central and eastern China. As impressive as the Three Gorges Dam may be, China's new Tibetan mega dam will set a myriad of new world records. It will be the largest hydroelectric project ever built, and as a result, produce an incredible 60 gigawatts of power, roughly 3 times the output of China's Three Gorges Dam. As I mentioned before, the key to this potential energy is the river's elevation. At an average height of 13,000 feet, or 4,000 meters, it is the highest major river in the world. Engineers have particularly identified the Yurlong Tangpu Canyon as the best site to construct this dam due to the drastic changes in elevation as the river bends. This canyon is the deepest in the world at over 19,000 feet or 6,000 meters deep, which incredibly is 3 times deeper than the Grand Canyon in the United States. But what makes this dam site so special for electricity production is the rapid elevation change, starting at 2,900 meters and descending down to 660 meters near the Indian border. This quick natural drop in elevation creates a perfect location to harness the power of gravity, allowing the water to naturally descend and create an extreme amount of electricity. But of course, the construction of this project won't be easy. As you can imagine, the peaks of the Tibetan mountains are some of the most remote and hardest to travel areas in the entire world. The simple task of getting supplies to the construction site would be a massive feat by itself. But once again, if there is one nation that can pull this off, it's China. Let's not forget the Chinese began building the Great Wall of China in a mountainous region near Mongolia some 13 centuries ago. And perhaps the engineers of this new megadam will draw inspiration from China's Great Wall, which still stands proudly as one of the 7 new wonders of the world. But just like the Three Gorges Dam, this project has had its fair share of controversy. Let's first point out the potential dangers of this new mega dam, and then explain how China will use a unique construction method that will not only protect the local environment, but also the livelihood of everyone in the region. The first problem of constructing this megadam will be the disruptions to the local environment and ecology. These mountains and the region as a whole are considered holy to the local Tibetan people, and any large disruptions to the river would have large ecological consequences for the unique environment. The area's propensity for landslides and seismic activity would also be a major engineering obstacle to overcome, as any major earthquake in the area could prove disastrous for this mega project. Lastly, the river lies upstream of millions of people in both India and Bangladesh who are dependent on the water that flows from this river. The agriculture in these two countries are not just dependent on the water coming from the river, but also the sediment that comes from the water, which is also crucial in fertilizing the lands downstream for farming. Now, these potential problems might normally spell the end of any prospective engineering projects, but this is where Chinese ingenuity shines brightest. What if I told you there was a solution that could effectively address all of these issues in one go? Rather than relying on traditional damming methods, like China's Three Gorges or America's Hoover Dam, where water from a river is backed up into a reservoir and energy is produced from the gravity differential between the higher reservoir and the river, Chinese engineers have proposed implementing a run-of-the-river style dam that utilizes the natural flow of the river for its energy. As mentioned before, the water from this river rapidly descends thousands of meters. In this run-of-the-river dam, water would be redirected from the highest point of the river to the lowest point. They would do this by burrowing a tunnel through the Namcha Barwa mountain on a massive bend of the river as it descends. The water would then pass through a series of turbines as it descends to the lower part of the river, turning the turbines and creating massive amounts of electricity. The likely location of these 2 points would be the villages of Midong and Pei, which lie around 50 kilometers apart. This proposed method means that this project would be a megadam, not because of the sheer size of the structure like the Three Gorges, but because of the mega output of the energy produced. The run-of-the-river dam would ensure that the original flow of the river would be untouched, having a much more minimal impact on the environment and ensuring the crucial sediments from the mountains will still be able to flow for downstream agriculture in both Bangladesh and India. The fact that the project largely leaves the river in its natural state also refutes fear-mongering claims that China is using the construction of this dam as a geopolitical weapon to control its neighbors' water. Instead, China is capitalizing on a massive opportunity for energy and regional development by simply taking advantage of the natural flow of the river. In recent years, China and India have had several disputes over their Himalayan border. This international river is the latest development in this dispute, as the water would exit from the Chinese dam right near the Indian border, where the water flows into the Brahmaputra River. The fact that this dam is close to the border has been used by critics to push the water control narrative, despite the fact that China only contributes a small volume of the total flow of the river and has no plans nor capability to divert waters from the river. On the contrary, this dam has a great opportunity to enhance cooperation between the two nations. India is also planning to build their own 10-gigawatt dam downstream, and these two mega projects on their shared river will greatly benefit the region as a whole, as well as foster communication and cooperation between the two nations. Both leaders have recently expressed intensified efforts to cooperate across the border region, and this sentiment is only likely to intensify as China and India's relationship in the BRICS organization expands its influence. If there is any one country on earth that can achieve such a monumental feat, it is China, whose recent track record with massive projects like the Three Gorges Dam and the Hong Kong-Macau Bridge speaks for itself. This megadam represents one of the most ambitious engineering feats in human history, with the potential to generate a staggering 60,000 megawatts of electricity. This project could redefine energy production on a global scale and create an unparalleled source of clean energy. This colossal structure promises not only to power millions of homes, but also to cement China's position as the leader in renewable energy, fueling innovation and sustainable development across the entire region. Now, if you've made it to this point of the video, I know you're keen to learn more about China's mega projects, and I know you'll enjoy watching another video I made explaining how China is building the world's largest solar plant. China is the leading renewable energy producer in the world and will reach its carbon neutral goals because of projects like this mega dam and solar plant. Click here to watch that video, and thank you for spending time with me here today on YouTube. I can't wait to see you all in our next video soon.
In the wake of the recent tragic attack in Barsalogho, situated in the north-central region of Burkina Faso, the government has demonstrated swift and heartfelt support to the affected community. This and more is what we look at in this video. The delegation, comprising key government officials, was received by the Barsalogho local leaders and community members. The visit served as a poignant gesture of empathy, with officials expressing deep sorrow for the lives lost and the suffering endured by the residents of Barsalogho. Speaking to the assembled community, the representatives conveyed assurances from the head of state, emphasizing the government's commitment to stand firmly alongside the people during this challenging period. They pledged comprehensive support to aid in healing and rebuilding efforts, reinforcing the message that the nation grieves together and will work collectively toward recovery. We are here to share in your grief and to affirm that you are not alone in this tragedy. The entire nation stands with Barsalogho, and we will do everything in our power to support you through these difficult times, stated one of the senior officials. During their visit, the officials toured the local medical facilities where victims of the attack are receiving treatment. They reaffirmed the government's commitment and ensured that those requiring advanced care would have access to necessary resources promptly. The delegation also met with security forces stationed in the region, offering words of encouragement and appreciation for their ongoing efforts to maintain peace and stability. The officials underscored the importance of resilience and determination in the face of ongoing security challenges, assuring that additional measures would be implemented to bolster protection for vulnerable communities. This struggle has been long and arduous, but our resolve remains unshaken. Together we will continue to defend our land and our people, overcoming those who seek to instill fear and division, an official addressed the security personnel. Despite the profound shock and sorrow, the spirit of resilience within the Barsalogho community is unmistakable. The visit highlighted the unwavering determination of the residents to rebuild and continue their lives, despite the adversity they have faced. Government officials were deeply moved by this steadfastness and vowed to provide ongoing support to facilitate the community's recovery and future prosperity. Prayers and moments of silence were observed in honor of the victims, reinforcing the collective mourning and unity that binds the nation together during such times of hardship. The show of compassion did not stop at Barsalogho. In a significant show of governmental and military solidarity, a high-level joint delegation visited Diapaga, a key town situated near the borders with Benin and Niger. The delegation aimed to assess the security situation, provide encouragement to the fighting forces, and engage with the local community on critical issues such as security, health, education, and food security. The significance of this visit cannot be overstated. In the past, these communities plagued by terrorism were often left without tangible government support, causing many residents to flee their homes. The presence of top government officials in Diapaga represents a crucial shift in approach, as they bravely face the risks to meet local dwellers and encourage the security personnel tasked with defending these vulnerable communities. The delegation, led by key figures, began their visit by addressing the fighting forces in Diapaga. Their first priority was to express the gratitude of the head of state and the entire government for the ongoing efforts of the 63rd Infantry Commando Regiment and other security forces in the region. "We are here this morning in Diapaga on the instructions of the head of state," said Minister Ilbudo. "First, to express our gratitude on behalf of the entire government for the fight you are waging daily. The head of the Corps has given us a clear presentation of the situation, and we urge you to continue with more courage. Victory is certain." The delegation emphasized the importance of unity and cohesion among the forces, recognizing the critical role that mutual support plays in maintaining security. They called on the forces to continue their relentless efforts in securing the region, noting that several villages had already been liberated from insurgent control. Following their discussions with the military, the delegation met with key local stakeholders to address broader issues affecting the province. The conversations focused on the need for collective responsibility and community mobilization to support the government's efforts in improving security, health, education, and food security. "The fight must begin with ourselves," stressed Minister Diallo. "Each individual, each community has their share of responsibility." During these exchanges, the delegation also installed the new High Commissioner of the province and the commander of the Republican Security Company, reinforcing the government's commitment to effective governance and security. The significance of such a visit cannot be emphasized enough. In previous governments, regions like Diapaga were often neglected, with little to no governmental presence, leaving residents to fend for themselves against the threat of terrorism. The current approach, with top government officials actively visiting and engaging with these communities, marks a pivotal change in Burkina Faso's strategy to combat terrorism and support its citizens. In a parallel mission, another government delegation, led by the Minister of State in charge of Defense, Kassoum Coulibaly, visited the Cascades region, including Niangoloko, Sendu, and Banfora. The visit was marked by discussions on the nation's security and the head of state's call for social cohesion. Addressing the forces in the region, Minister Coulibaly conveyed a message of unity from President Ibrahim Traoré. "Keep morale high, stand out from disinformation and manipulation, and remain united," he urged. "The state will ensure that you have the means necessary to continue your mission." Cohesion between all forces, whether military, police, gendarmes, or firefighters, is crucial. The delegation's visit to Banfora was particularly significant, as it marked the first time such high-level government officials had engaged so directly with the local population on security matters. The frank and open exchanges were well received, with local leaders expressing optimism about the future. "We learned the truth from those who take care of security and have the right information," said a local leader. "This good information was shared with us, and the exchanges were fruitful. It is really a first in Banfora, and it gives us hope that there is a positive change coming." Before concluding their visit to the Cascades region, the delegation handed over a ton of food supplies to support vulnerable people and internally displaced persons, IDPs, in the area. This gesture underscored the government's commitment to addressing the humanitarian needs of those most affected by the ongoing conflict. These visits by governmental and military delegations to Diapaga and the Cascades region highlight the Burkinabe government's ongoing efforts to bolster security, boost morale among fighting forces, and engage with local communities to address critical issues. The emphasis on unity, cohesion, and collective responsibility reflects a strategic approach to overcoming the challenges facing the nation, particularly in regions bordering countries like Benin and Niger, where security threats remain significant. As the government continues its efforts to reclaim and secure its territory, The messages of support and encouragement delivered during these visits are expected to play a vital role in sustaining the morale and determination of the fighting forces and the communities they protect.
Security forces on behalf of the having left the ports in the Gulf of Guinea for the territory of Niger, having not respected any normal procedure, these motorcycles were seized by the customs of Niger, a success which shows once again the commitment and the implication of the forces of defense and security, FDS, in the securing of the country, in particular in the fight against terrorism. These two placements at the customs of the right bank of Niamey, the Minister of State, Minister of Interior, of Public Security and Administration of the territory, Brigadier General Mohammed, he visited and he encouraged the FDS for job well done. He encouraged them for the remarkable work done for seizing these motorcycles. We are made to realize the extent of the seizure, which is something of more than 500 motorcycles, which we are seized, and these motorcycles were intended precisely for sinister intentions to go to strengthen the capacities of the terrorist army groups to continue to destabilize and desolate within the Nigerian population. This is the place here to pay a vibrant tribute to its defense and security forces on behalf of the President of the National Council for Safeguarding of the Homeland, to pay a vibrant tribute and encourage them to understand it, and that the population also brings added value to the security fight, which is a common fight, a national fight, which has a fight for everyone. I also call it to more collaboration, and that together we will thwart all these malicious people who lock the shadows are trying to destabilize this country by all means. This visit to the premises of the customs of the Right Bank of Niamey was an opportunity for the delegation to visit a truck that this customs structure has, which allows scanning any goods or truck thanks to its ultra-sensitive device. Wow, this is good. They've really done a great job. Over 500 motorcycles were seized. Like I said one day, these people, how do they get funds? How do they get the things they need? How do they get mobility? How do they get medication? People still give it to them. You see, if not that they were able to get this one down, tracked, it will move. And you see them on bikes for easy access. FDS, Niger, you've done a great job. This is very good.
The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, is facing an unprecedented crisis. What is more dangerous, a military coup or a constitutional coup? Regional power Nigeria begins to seek individual support for Niger following the controversial seizure of its presidential plane in France. The incident has raised serious concerns about France's role in the ongoing conflicts in the Sahel region and its potential influence in preventing ECOWAS from taking decisive action. The recent court-ordered seizure of Nigeria's presidential plane, classified as sovereign property, has been seen by the Nigerian government as a direct attack on its sovereignty, leading to a potential realignment of regional alliances and strategies. The catalyst for Nigeria's shift in individual support for Niger has been the recent French court-ordered seizure of its presidential plane in France. The plane, classified as sovereign property, has been sequestrated by a French court as part of a legal dispute involving the Nigerian government. While the details of the court case remain complex, involving allegations of unpaid debts and breach of contracts, the Nigerian government has condemned the seizure as a violation of its sovereignty and a direct challenge to its status as the leading power in the region. This action by the French authorities is not only unprecedented, but also unacceptable, said a Nigerian government official who spoke on condition of anonymity. It is an affront to our national pride and sovereignty, and it raises serious questions about France's intentions in West Africa. The incident has sparked outrage in Nigeria, with calls for a reassessment of the country's diplomatic and military relations, particularly with France. The Nigerian government has recently begun exploring alternative alliances, including seeking individual support for Niger, a country that has been at the epicenter of the security crisis in the Sahel. The seizure of the presidential plane has heightened existing concerns about France's role in the ability of ECOWAS to intervene effectively in the Sahel. Over the years, ECOWAS has been flagged for its failure to respond to the growing security challenges in the region, some attributing this to external interference. The current situation with Nigeria adds a new dimension to these concerns, suggesting that the influence of France could have been a major factor in the inaction of the bloc. Speaking in Abidjan, Senegalese member of ECOWAS Parliament raised different issues that need addressing. When a head of state violates the constitution, when a head of state violates the rights of his population that elected him, that is because, once again, I repeat, there are every day in our region economic coups, political coups, constitutional coups. Military coups are not necessarily the most dangerous and the most serious. We have seen, you know this better than me, a coup. We have seen constitutional coups through the tampering with the constitution for a third mandate, also as illegal as legitimate, where there were 50 deaths, 10 deaths, 30 deaths, 40 deaths. What is more dangerous, a military coup or a constitutional coup? So I think that ECOWAS must put in the same category military coups and constitutional coups used by certain presidents to linger in power. If we want to serve our people, if we want to reconcile the people with ECOWAS, the people of Africa, we will have to say the truth. We will have to agree, refuse certain things. We will have to not hesitate to criticize, even if it is done with courtesy. I agree, let's be courteous, okay, let's be polite. But we must call a spade, we must call an egg an egg. When a head of state wants to linger in power by methods as illegal as illegitimate, we must say no. We know where it's going. Where it's going is that sooner or later, if it's done in Senegal, there will be fire in Senegal. If it's done in Benin, there will be fire in Benin. If it's done in Nigeria, there will be fire in Nigeria. You saw 10 days of fire in Nigeria. So yes, we must tell the truth. We must refuse that it's the whites, the Europeans, who give us lessons because they have no lesson to give us. We must refuse that it is Europeans who say, you are Senegalese, this is what you do. While all the other Africans, all our other neighbors, they say nothing about Senegal, so that tomorrow Senegal says nothing about their country. We must tell each other the truth under the maple tree. But we tell the truth because it is only in the truth that we will build another West Africa. I am used to this. Another West Africa is necessary, and our West Africa is possible. ECOWAS has long been considered the main mechanism for regional stability. But recent events have shown that external forces, particularly France, have been able to hamper its effectiveness. According to Dr. Abala, an expert in the geopolitics of West Africa, the seizure of the Nigerian plane is not only a legal issue, it is a geopolitical statement that could have profound implications for the region. Nigeria's decision to seek individual support for Niger marks a significant departure from the collective security approach traditionally advocated by ECOWAS. It signals a potential fragmentation of the bloc, with member states perhaps pursuing their own national interests rather than relying on regional cooperation. There are reforms. There are important reforms to be made. There are important reforms to be made because whether we tell the truth or not, next year ECOWAS will be 50 years old. As I have said and repeated, we have 3 members who say they are no longer members of ECOWAS, whether they like it or not. That is also the record of ECOWAS. It does not please anyone. We should analyze blandly, lucidly, calmly why this is the case, and see the changes that need to be made. See the transformations that need to be made. We are tired. We are exhausted. I said it, and it was not to criticize Côte d'Ivoire and the valiant Ivorian people. Do you think it is normal that Côte d'Ivoire is the leading producer of cocoa? And when you list the 10 countries that produce the most chocolate, you do not find Côte d'Ivoire. And we are surprised that there is unemployment here. We are surprised that there is poverty here. We are surprised that there are 40% of Ivorians who can neither read nor write, who are illiterate. I reassure you, Senegal has 54% of the population who are illiterate. So what I say for the Ivory Coast is what I say for Senegal. That is to say, if what we produce we do not transform in our countries, we will not be able to resolve the problems of development and the problems of unemployment. There is an international division of labor that was imposed on us by the imperialists, an international division of labor where these imperialist countries want us to be markets for their finished products. These countries have no interest in the Ivory Coast processing its cocoa. It will never be transformed in Mali and Senegal. Why? Because we must be kept in our countries as the outlets for their finished products and as the reservoirs of raw materials where they come to draw, transform in their country, create employment in their country, and leave behind poverty, or rather impoverishment and unemployment. If we want to resolve this, we need another strategy. We need another approach. I thank you. While Nigeria is moving towards individual support for Niger, the future of ECOWAS is at stake. The organization, once a symbol of unity and regional strength, is today facing an existential crisis, with questions about its relevance and its ability to adapt to the changing dynamics of West African politics. For Nigeria, the path forward may involve forging new alliances and partnerships, both within and outside of Africa. The incident with France has highlighted the need for a reassessment of its foreign policy and defense strategies, particularly concerning the influence of former colonial powers in the region. Nigeria has always been a leader in West Africa, and this moment calls for a bold and decisive response, said Professor and Nigerian political analyst. The seizure of our presidential jet is a wake-up call that we cannot afford to ignore. It is time for Nigeria to chart a new course, one that prioritizes our sovereignty and the interests of our people.
Coffin, follow me.